TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood. With me now, I've got Thaddeus, who goes through all the horrible, horrible stuff that no one else wants to watch. And he doesn't want to watch it either, but for the sake of everyone who needs to be informed and for the sake of posterity, so that people can look back and say, what completely destroyed Dawa in 2026? People will know. People will know because Thaddeus went through and found it all, and then we watched it and then destroyed Dawa. And this one's actually interesting, guys, with the alliances that have been formed. The alliances. So we saw, when was it? A couple days ago, that Malik and Sam are just two peas in a pod. And I have to say, those guys are made for each other. They got the same sort of personality issues. They drive people away from them with their terrible behavior, and then they become obsessed stalkers for the rest of their lives, just following them around anyway. I mean, Malik sits there. I mean, what does Malik do every day? Sits there on his computer looking up people who've like annoyed him or something like that, and looking up their kids and stuff and keeping pictures and stuff and doxing them and all that. And then Sam has an advantage over Malik in that he has a good scripture recall and stuff like that, which helps him in apologetics and polemics and so on. And so lots of people, you know, they'll put up with the behavior for a while. They'll say, he's rough around the edges, but you know, he knows so much. And then, you know, they think maybe he was having an off day when I saw him. And then, guess he's having another off day. And then, oh my goodness, is this another off day? And wow, is every day a really, really off day with this dude? And then eventually they say, oh my goodness, I can't watch this dude. I can't be associated with this. I don't want to be anywhere around this guy. At which point he obsessively stalks them for the rest of their lives. Mm-hmm. And so, yep, these guys totally made for each other. But anyway, we had Malik recently, and you could tell because they both started arguing like the same thing, like using the exact same attacks and stuff like that. And so it was pretty clear they were coordinating. And then Malik just started saying it. Yeah, and showing screenshots of him talking to Sam and stuff like that. And Sam talking about how he doesn't want to debate Malik because he loves him so much. And, but I mean, think about how absolutely demented this is. This is a guy who is literally trying to get Christians killed. He riles people up, and then gives people the address where they can do it. Now, fortunately, he's not terribly popular and doesn't actually have any real street cred. So people aren't actually going out and doing it, but he's trying. And there are people who are willing to do it. Fortunately, people who are willing to do it haven't connected with Malik. But even recently with that church, I mean, think, he goes outside the church, gives the address of the church, says where they're at. And he says, inside this place are two people who rip Qurans. Thaddeus, were there two people in there who rip Qurans?
No, you weren't there. I wasn't there. Eric wasn't there. Al wasn't there. No one, none of the main Quran rippers were there. And the two people he fingered have never ripped a Quran.
Yep. And the people he was pointing at, Avery and IP, a.k.a. Avery and Ivory. That's funny. They should start a weekly show called Avery and Ivory. Avery and Ivory, they're not into that stuff. They don't do that stuff. And yet he said it about them in order to try and get a violent attack against them. He posted, I've never been to IP's house, so I don't know if this was actually his house, but he was posting pictures of inside of what he thinks is IP's house, gives the address, and it shows pictures and says, this is the room, here's the window, where IP is in there blaspheming Islam. I mean, he basically gives a roadmap to anyone who wants to go kill him. And Sam looks at all this and says, here's a guy I need to be pals with. Why? Because this guy's going after D. Wood. So all else is forgiven. That's demented, guys. Like, of all the people you could buddy up with, you decide to go with the guy who's literally trying to get Christian apologists killed. Guy who called Avery's wife a whore and used some clips where she was auditioning for a show and said she was auditioning for porn and all this stuff. Yeah, and Sam says, "Yeah, how can I help this guy?" Why? Because that's just how obsessed he is if you abandon him because of his behavior. And so these guys are made for each other, and we're starting to see that. We're starting to see it. That maybe this alliance will last a long time. I don't think it will, because neither of these guys can get along with each other. And I'll go ahead and tell you the dynamic. It's the same dynamic as when like leftists unite with jihadis and stuff like that on some issue. It's a common enemy, and then they'll unite. And both Sam and Malik think they're using the other one, right? Like Sam thinks, oh, I'll work with Malik to help attack David, but other than that, I'm going to kick this guy to the curb, right? And Malik's thinking, ooh, I can use Sam to attack David. And other than that, I'll just kick this guy to the curb and stuff like that. Each one thinks he's the mastermind who's manipulating the other. And what will probably happen next is, because Malik's just been glazing him. Sam's destroying you. Sam's so awesome. Oh my goodness, Sam's so great. After we comment on it, Malik's probably going to come out and go, "Ha ha! I wasn't working with Sam at all. That was just a trick." Too late, dude. You already showed too much. I don't just mean with the screenshots. I mean when you're saying what Sam is saying to you behind the scenes. I've known Sam for 20 years, and I've seen what he says when he's trying to manipulate people, and he thinks he's manipulating people. And what you said, exactly everything Sam would say. And Malik, you're so incredibly stupid and such a poor judge of what people are thinking and so on, that if you were to describe what's going on in my mind or Thaddeus's mind or anyone else, you would be completely wrong, because you suck. You suck at this. You and Sam, you're both terrible. Why? You're both narcissists, and you tend to be incapable of seeing anything from any other perspective other than your own. And so when you try to think what someone else is thinking, you think, what would I be thinking in that situation? And you get it wrong. You get it wrong over and over and over again. And so you're just terrible at reading people. You suck. And so the fact that you are right on the money with everything I know, like you could have said, what would Sam say to me if he wants me to, if he thinks he's enlisting me in his war against David, what is he going to say to me? I could have told you exactly what he's going to say. And what you said, that's exactly what I would have told you he would say. So anyway, yeah, you can try it later on, Malik, and go, no, we weren't working together. Again, too late. You already showed screenshots, talked about things you were organizing and stuff. And then just, yeah, I can tell. It doesn't take a genius. And then you were using some of the same attacks. So it was clearly coordinated. And then when you said that Sam told you to go focus on other things, so like you could just go after Avery, who Sam is supposedly still good with, but Sam said, no. Let me deal with David now. You go on and deal with, Avery and stuff like that. And then what happens? Sam just goes on, right when you said he was doing it, that's when he goes on this tirade in like every post. David this, David that, David this, David that, David this, David that. So it's too many. All signs pointing towards you guys having an alliance. And again, you had the screenshot up on where you guys are talking to each other. So, yeah, try that crap with someone else. You're good.
It's truly extraordinary how similar these two individuals are. The only difference is one claims to be a Muslim, another claims to be a Christian, and one at least has a good memory. The other is just completely incompetent at every single thing in the world other than doxing. But even doxing they share in common. Sam has been known to dox Christians who he got mad at. I have a video on my channel of a time he went live to dox a person who was a former donor, and their crime was they stopped donating to him, and marked the reason as this guy is a scam.
Now, why would Sam give out the person's address? What sense does that make?
Oh, he said, can we do something about this guy? I gave you his info. What can we do about him? So he seemed to be making a attempt to get his audience to go and find where this person lived and do something to them.
Now, Thaddeus, I said that Sam's issue is he'll drive people away with his terrible behavior, and then he becomes obsessed with them. Um, Would that kind of fit the pattern? Hey, this guy's supporting me. Oh, now he's realizing how repulsive I am, and he's just giving up. And so okay, I'm not supporting Sam anymore. And what does Sam do? Guys, here's his address. Let's deal with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Same mentality as Malik. Same mentality as Malik. That's why, again, these guys made for each other. Pretty. No, you know what's funny? Right before we started, I was setting up, making sure everything was organized and stuff like that, and went and checked the chat before the stream, and there was one of Sam's fans was in there, and he was saying, all David ever talks about is Israel. It's all he talks about. He kept saying it. Every show is about Israel. So finally I jumped in and I said, hey, click on my homepage, go to live streams, and scroll down and show me the most recent show that's about Israel. You said it's all I talk about. And he says, be right back. And then, he came back a couple minutes later and he started posting towards other people. And so I just deleted any new comments. And I said, I'm deleting all your comments until you answer me. Answer me. When is the most recent live stream about Israel? You said it's all I talk about. When's the most recent one? And then I never heard back from him. I don't know if he came in right when we were about to go live or something like that, but did not see him anymore. And this is amazing because I think it was on AP's channel. When he was bringing up what Sam was saying and how completely like stupid Sam is, but even more so his fans. Sam is saying, let's go over to their channels and see how everything they talk about is Israel. And he goes to my channel. There's nothing there, right? I mean, you could go back to like the war and stuff like that, but there's nothing on there that's about Israel. And he says, and then he clicks over on AP's and nothing about Israel there either. And he's going, see, everything's about Israel. And I said, his fans are so brainwashed that they won't look at that and go, wow, Sam's spouting complete nonsense. There's nothing there. They will say, oh my goodness, it's all about Israel, even though nothing there was about Israel. And lo and behold, one of his fans actually comes over and confirms that all he talks about is Israel. Why? Because Sam said, look at their live streams. All they talk about Israel. There's not one thing there. And so, so I told the guy, go check it out. And then I just don't hear from him anymore. Now, what should happen in that situation, right? So one, what should happen is you shouldn't allow people to tell you what's there if it's not there to begin with, right? You shouldn't have fallen for that to begin with. If Sam says, look at his page, everything is about Israel, and you look and it's like, there's nothing on that page about Israel, you should be like, oh, this guy's like trying to dupe us here. That's evil, right? That's what you should have been. But you were stupid and gullible and brainwashed. So what did you do? You go, oh my goodness, it's all about Israel. But then later on, so now when you come and spout that to me, and I say, oh, all I talk about is Israel. That's what I talk about every single stream, according to you, right? Okay, go through and show me my most recent live stream about Israel. Show me, and then never hear from him again. What should happen is you should have gone over to the live stream page and gone, okay, no, and, found how far back you need to go to actually find one. What should have happened right then is you should have realized, oh my goodness, I'm in a cult. He told me, he flat out lied to me, and I mindlessly believed him. And then even when I'm looking at the evidence, I see what he tells me to see, and I don't see reality here. I need to take a step back and get away from this dude. I need to get away from this dude if he brainwashed me into seeing things that aren't there. Now, did that happen? Probably not, because, people are brainwashed. They don't snap out of it that quickly. You should, but you don't. So I forget what your name is, but you know who you are, and I know you're watching. As this happens over and over and over again, just remember what I said, and eventually, maybe you'll catch on. And here you have, Sam made it appear so. Yes, Sam is just like Allah. He made it appear as if all I talk is about this and that and this and that. This is some sick, wild stuff. But that's not. It's not even really our main topic, although that's in the thumbnail. But we have Malik glazing Sam on X, but we also have the aftermath of Malik trying to get the church attacked and so on, trying to cause violence against the church. So we kind of want to focus on that, but we will be talking about Sam because, again, this is the guy. I mean, this guy's trying to get Armenians killed in church. He's trying to get Avery and IP and my wife and a bunch of other people killed. And Sam's like, hey, this seems like a guy I should work with. So we'll eventually bring it back around to Sam because he's just screaming for attention. So Thaddeus, we're going to start. We're going to check out some video clips in a second. We'll probably check out a tweet from Malik. Anything you want to add before we jump into it?
Yeah, I'll just say that although you were describing Sam all this time, you could have been describing what we'll see from Malik, where he just goes absolutely berserk after the church incident because he thought this was going to be his big break. He thought that all the Dawa guys would pile on and be like, "Oh, Malik, you're so great!"
In the zoot sense, pile on him. Yeah,
and instead he basically was ignored, and now he's quite enraged, saying that he's going to find out whoever called the police and he's going to bury them and stuff like that. So very, very mature individual. And we also have a very brief update on Central since our last show was on Central. He said he was quitting forever. And then a couple days later, he said, never mind, David won't let me quit.
Yep. Who could have foreseen that? Who could have foreseen it? We'll find out. But by the way, Thaddeus, notice the parallel with Sam that you just mentioned, right? So you just mentioned Malik, thinking that okay, I'm just getting worse and worse and worse, driving more and more people away, destroying more and more lives, destroying everyone around me. The guys who do that, they're still narcissists. And so they want everyone to like them. But what happens is they tend to look at something like, oh, this will be my salvation as far as making me popular again. That's what happened to Sam with the PBD. You saw the buildup, right? Like he understands that he had like burned every bridge with almost every person. No, with every person who's ever been close to him. He didn't burn every bridge because there were still some people who like have him on their show and stuff like that. But every person who was actually close to them, like destroyed it. Look at everyone who was close with Sam like 10 years ago. So me, Anthony Rogers, my wife was good friends with Sam. His wife was married to him. Who was actually somehow close or worked with Sam or something from 10 years ago, who wants anything to do with that guy? And that should kind of clue people in. If everyone around you eventually realizes we want nothing to do with this guy, and you go along and say, wow, he really knows scripture really well. Shouldn't you be picking up on some signals? Maybe this guy has some serious issues, right? And when you see that same guy blaming everyone else, what are the odds? What are the odds that everyone else who have no problem getting along with everyone else, all these people, all of us, we still get along. We all still get along. Just not with him. Like, what are the odds that we're all messed up or that he's just got some serious issues? But think about that. So, Sam, after just everyone eventually turns their back on him. We cannot be associated with this. This is like the most repulsive behavior. This is worse than Dawa level. We want nothing to do with that guy. Sam looks, now I'm going to go on PBD, and then all of a sudden I'll be renowned around the world, and I'll get respect, and I'll get new people who are going to be loyal to me, and so on. Guess what? He went on there. Tons of people watched it. I think like well over 1 million people watched him there. How are his live streams doing? Are they booming now? Is he doing way better than he was before that?
Nope. I looked at the numbers. They're almost identical. I could not even see a temporary bump from PBD when I went and looked at the numbers.
And why? Because anyone who's like, wow, this guy on PBD is really sharp. Let me go look him up. they're going to find stuff. They're going to be like, oh, well, he was good on PPT, but I don't want anything to do with this dude. In other words, it's not a lot of people who want that repulsive behavior, that repulsive, abusive, manipulative behavior all day long. And so it didn't work. And the same thing with Malik. Hey, I went out and after actually threatening to kill people at a conference, I showed up at a conference and I'm just driving back and forth with my camera in the dark and with my hoodie on and stuff like that. And then they call the cops on me. Oh no. Hey, this will make me the champion of Dawa because all the Dawa guys, Muhammad Hijab, Sheikh Uthman, Libyana, they're all going to be like, oh my goodness, this guy's being persecuted. And then I'll be the hero of Dawa and not a peep. Not a peep. Why? Mm-hmm. Because they already know you as the guy who will snitch on everyone in a heartbeat and who already exposed the Warner and Sneeko and Adam Saleh and Muslim Lantern and Libyano. You exposed all them and all the stuff that they're into. You exposed Libyano for beating his wife and for all the stuff that he was initiated into. Matter of fact, before we get started, Thaddeus, let's just go back to what started it all. This is the extremely short version, guys. This was from like an 1.5 or 2 hour live stream. Then there was like an 18-minute cut of like him just completely exposing all these Dawa guys and so on for all the stuff they do. But then there's a little 4-minute cut. So this is just like very brief intro to what Malik was exposing the Dawa guys for. So check it out.
Warner was one of the good ones? Yeah, that's what you think. A lot of these guys give Dawa and try to show themselves up as fake people, and I ain't with all that. And especially if you want to cross me, this is really what happened. He called Jake and told Jake Malik is an undercover Yahudi. He's an undercover Mossad agent. Warner, he denied it. He said, I never called him that. Jake said, guess what, Malik? I recorded it. Jake plays the whole phone call. What did he say? He called me an undercover agent. Chat, you want to see who Warner really is?
Can't blame him for that.
I'm the wrong one, Warner.
I'm the wrong one.
I'll bring all the receipts and evidence.
I got the receipts.
So Warner is probably the fakest of them all. Like between Libyano, Central, all them, Warner in terms of the Islamic stuff, fakest of them all. You're the one who literally said in front of me and other people that you would take it up the butt as long as it got you into the game to where you could make an influence. Wallahi said that in front of people. You said if I had to take it up the butt one time, so I could literally be in the Illuminati, just so I could help people come to Islam, you would. This guy is the biggest pothead on this planet, bro. The guy you take Dawa from, all he does is roll one up. That's all he does. Chat, this guy gets high as hell all day and all night. Well, so, wallahi, may Allah curse me. This guy goes high to the mosque. This guy literally goes to give Dawa high every day. Or every weekend, sorry. Let me tell you guys something. All they want to do is hide behind the shield of Islam. These shits are private sins. So hold on. If Warner's asking for money for Qurans, but he's going to the dispensary instead, right? If he's going to the dispensary instead, is it Islamically I have to stay quiet? If he's going to the dispensary with the money he's getting for the Qurans, chat. Guys, I gave this guy money. I gave this guy money for Qurans. He went to the dispensary. He went to the dispensary and spent my money instead. By the way, guys, you know Warner's been married 9 times? Warner's been married 9 times. 9 times, chat. Muta. This guy's a muta. Bro, this guy went on vacation with a Moroccan girl, married her for 5 minutes, and then divorced her on the way home. If I'm lying, I'm dying. This guy literally, and by the way, you think like he got married 9 times, like that's enough. Brother, this guy's smashing girls every weekend. Malik, I just smashed this chick. I'm like, bro, why are you even doing that? Well, I have pics on my phone of this guy on FaceTime, bro, with a girl in his bed, lying on his shoulder, bro. Yeah, look at you, bro. So as long as it's kuffar and Christian chicks, I don't care. That's good. That's really good. Hey, chat, who knows about Warner and Adam Saleh having threesomes? You want me to start name dropping your whole life? You and Adam, you telling me about you and Adam doing threesomes together on Dawa trips? And you think Sneeko's any better? Him and Sneeko, bro, I got pictures of him and Sneeko slapping girls' asses, bro. Shit he sent me. I got everything. He be helping Sneeko? Yes. Bro, he helps Sneeko do all his crap, bro. You do run trains in rooms together. Adam and Slim and Sneeko all run trains in rooms together with Warner there. And you want to talk about booty hole. I'm not into men. I'm not into men, brother. I'm into women.
Sure.
Chat, what were they doing in Colombia?
That's what you say.
What did him and Sneeko do in Colombia? And Myron? Guys, these guys were smashing birds in Colombia. Bro, wallahi, may Allah curse me if I'm lying. I got the receipt right here. He told me he was in Colombia with Myron, FaceTiming me. I saw him on FaceTime with Myron, what they were doing. How they had girls with bikinis in their house and they were licking on their you-know-what in front of people and taking videos. And he tried to lure Libiano into that life too. That's why Libiano now is acting like this too. What did Libiano do? What do you mean, what did Libiano do? What did he not do? Him and Warner, bro, these two together are the biggest disappointment of 2025.
Huh. Interesting. And why is that interesting? Because then Libiano all of a sudden started doing everything Malik said and going along with him. Isn't that interesting? So Malik let it know. Malik let everyone know. Yep, Libiano's doing the same stuff, and he mentioned in a different stream that there's some kind of video of Libiano with something with wife beating and stuff like that, and he let Libiano know who's in charge if he doesn't want to be exposed. And then all of a sudden, Libiano started doing exactly what Malik said. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, so like a couple days after this, he claimed that he had just lied about the whole thing because he was mad. And now, this past weekend, yesterday, in fact, he was doing Dawa with Warner. So he said, I'm not into people who are doing fake Dawa and, doing one thing in public and another behind the scenes. And yet, when it's convenient and Warner's says, sorry, bro, I didn't mean to say that you were an agent of Israel, then, he's happy to work with him again. Seems he's not so genuine after all.
Yep. Yeah, but you can tell, because whenever he's exposing someone, he's like, Wallahi, I swear by Allah, if I'm lying, may Allah strike me down. That's how he talks. And then, yes, guys, after talking with the guys and, I've concluded that I was actually lying in everything I said. Yeah. All right. Now moving on. When in reality, it's okay. We'll do what you want, man. Just stop exposing us. This is the only way we get our weed money and continue smashing hoes and all this stuff. So come on, you're ruining our lives. And then, yeah. So anyway, sad, and pathetic. Tyler Parks here. Smashing birds, meaning, well, yeah, that refers to the same thing as before. Smashing hoes. Just a different way of saying smashing hoes. Yep. And again, he talked about running trains, having three-ways and stuff like that. That's what these guys are into behind the scenes. That's Dawa after dark. During the day, you go hand out Qurans at the park while people are recording. You post those clips on YouTube. People go, oh my goodness, the Dawa is so strong. Let's send money. And then they take the money and they go buy drugs and go to the club and go smash hoes and stuff like that. And that's the Dawa life. That's the Dawa life. Malik exposed it. But then he got really mad at us for sharing what he posted. What he shared with the internet, we put it out there, and then he lost his mind, and I will destroy you all. I'll dox you all. I'll dox and destroy you all. And then what happened, Sam eventually says, well, you're going after David, Thaddeus too, so anyone's going after these guys. Good with me. And that's the situation, guys. All right, so let's take these
just one thing real quick. Malik said, he's a liar, so we can't take it as face value. But he did say the thing that bothered him the most, the thing that caused him to go after David, wasn't sharing that video necessarily. It was that David said, why is Warner easy to penetrate than Muhammad on the night of Al-Zut? And that really incensed Malik. Classic. And he said, no, my prophet is more easy to penetrate.
Yep, he became enraged, apparently, that I said Warner is easier to penetrate than Muhammad on the night of Al-Zut. And so he wanted top place for his fake prophet. All right, let's take these first couple super chats, and then we will jump. Well, then we'll check out Malik, GLAZING. There are plenty of examples. We'll just look at one and see how people are responding. Then we'll check out some recent video clips, and then we'll eventually bring it back around to Sam. Interesting. AI doesn't have a mother, so who will Sam curse out? Yeah, that's going to be the difficulty for the future. Maleek and Shamoun. Maleek, that's funny. AI Sam, one Dairy Queen blizzard away from heart attack. One page equals one house doxed, but even with all the Qurans you desecrated, he still will not be able to get through all of IP's properties. Yeah, IP's got tons of properties because he's a real estate mogul, according to super genius Malik. Sam's more of a psycho than you are. Are you stupid? He's not a psycho at all. Narcissist. Guys, look up narcissistic personality disorder, but before that, look up borderline personality disorder. That is his issue. And I said last year, when he just demanded attention by going after everyone around me, like trying to screw with everyone around me, we finally had a live stream, and I told him, dude, psychopath goes at it with someone with borderline personality disorder. You've already lost. You already lost when we get into this, right? Sam's gained like 50 pounds since then. I told him he would end up psychologically traumatized by this, guys. I told him. He's gained like 50 pounds. I don't wish that on him. I wish he would fix his life and so on. But I know when we go at it, you're going to lose. You're just going to lose, right? If you keep demanding attention, fine. Let's give some attention. Let's talk about this stuff. I know his ego is so fragile that he'll become all discombobulated. And look at him, right? Totally imploding. And then what happens? Forms an alliance with Malik. I called it, guys. I called it. What the heck? You can tell he's going to lose it. Anyway, yeah, don't call Sam a psycho, dude. You don't. That's an insult to psychos. David this, David that, 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 David this, David that. That is pretty much every one of Sam Shamoun's live streams right now. Doing a show on Christians, Israel, just to troll Sam. It would be funny. Post one clip a day for a week. Yeah, no, we should just do a big live stream. That would be funny. Should just do a big live stream about that. Sam's obsessions. David Wood, insulting mothers, his looks, his weight, his voice. It's all his insecurities. But being buddies with Malik, I didn't have that on my 2026 bingo card. He's a punk. I thought there was a good chance that he would feed Malik some info behind the scenes. Oh, by the way, guys, just so you know, again, my wife and Sam have known each other for years. We're friends for years. When people started doxing, first thing she said, I bet Sam gave him that. I don't think Sam did, because I don't think he was starting it off. But that's what people who know him think about him. This guy will do anything, right? That's her first thought. Sam probably gave him that info. That was her first thought. That's how little she trusts this guy after knowing him all these years, right? But anyway, so the point was, we were already I didn't think that Sam did that, but I was thinking, if this guy goes after me and Sam has anything that will help him, Sam will give it to him. Sam will give him whatever he needs to help him. And that's just how he is. And you guys who are his fans, my goodness, we're talking about a Dawa clown who is trying to get Christians killed. And Sam wants to help him because that's how obsessed he is. And some of you are just like, oh, but he has such good scriptural recall. I have to keep following him. You guys are freaking nuts. I have to say, if you fall for this, but he has such great scriptural recall. So you are exactly the sort of people who fall for anything the Antichrist comes with. Anything. You'll fall for it in a heartbeat. Let's see. Where'd that go? David, how are you handling the news about Deborah? What was the news about Deborah? I forgot.
That Deborah is cheating.
Oh, she's cheating on me. Oh yeah, that was the news. The recent news. Deborah's cheating on me. I'm like, oh no, not Deborah. I don't even know a Deborah.
So apparently, I asked around about this afterwards. Apparently, Sam has been calling you Deborah. So apparently, you're cheating on yourself somehow.
Oh, okay, that's weird.
So you're no longer David Wood, you're Deborah Wood to Sam, but then also Deborah is cheating on you. So I don't know.
Just paying my jizya para el carte, Del de Ceguera. That's good. You better have my money on time because I'm not, no, I don't tolerate delays. Malik went from throwing people under the bus to throwing himself under the Warner. And now Sam is the new Warner. Sam's always been like this or learned to hide it? Yeah, no, he's always been like this personality-wise. But he was able to keep it contained while he was working with other people so that he could continue working with other people. Once he went out on his own on YouTube, that was, okay, now he doesn't have to control his behavior at all to bring it in lines with the people working with him because he was on his own. And so, nope, then he felt free to be the real Sam Shamoun. And you guys are seeing the real Sam Shamoun. And then, yeah, Sam attacking psychopath that will not care what you say or do to said psychopath. Good game plan. No, it's stupid. Him and Malik, like everything they do, all they know is this is what would bother me. Therefore, I'll try it with this guy, not realizing you already lost. You guys already lost the moment you decided to take this route. All right, so let's go ahead and check out Malik's tweet. There were plenty of these guys. There are plenty of tweets of him glazing. But I just want to point out most people just aren't falling for this nonsense at all. So check this out. Dr. Malik says, I have never seen Act 17 so quiet since Bruce Sci Fun. That's Sam's X page. He cares more about Bruce Lee than he does about God. Bruce Sci Fun has been muzzling and exposing him. Sam has been muzzling and exposing me. And I only find out about it when enough of his fans come over and whine. But it's always something like, all you talk about is Israel. And that's how Sam has been muzzling and exposing me. I think it's safe to say David Shekels Wood is being owned on Zionism by Sam. When have I even been talking about Zionism recently? But Sam's crushing me on Zionism. And all David can do is call Reason Answers to do boring lives. Keep exposing them, Sam. Good job. So, yeah, this is him glazing Sam after they form their little alliance and so on. But just look at that. So what's he got? 28 comments, 27 likes.
When you have more comments than likes, that's like a super ratio.
Hey, speaking of super ratios, how's this one? 27 likes. Here's my response. 659 likes. Wow, great. Hey, look, I have the same number of reposts of mine that he actually has likes. And let's see, what's this? Never seen me so silent. I was live on my channel last night and the night before that and the night before that and the night before that. I'll be live tonight and tomorrow night and the night after that. That's what you mean by silent? Yeah, you and Sam were made for each other. Two delusional narcissists obsessed with the dizzle. Just ask me for my autograph already. And so other people, hey, Reason Answers here. What are you even talking about besides your gay love affair with Sham? Hey, come on, man. We don't need to say mean things like that. David hasn't been remotely quiet. Let's see how far we have to go to find someone who's agreeing with him. And look who's turned into Sammy's dimmy. Then he'll dump you. Oh, then he'll dump you and you'll dox him. But just remember, his mouth is so much more destructive than your low voice will ever be. Maloink, you found your Momo. That is correct. We have this. Bruce Sci Fun, you're allowing dogs like this to go after our Christian brothers and sisters when you insult them over the internet. When in reality, Islam is trying to take over the United States. The same man who runs from debates, from you, talking about Malik, all you're doing is giving the other side ammo to mock our brothers and sisters in Christ. Look, we aren't perfect, but Christ calls us to stand together with our brothers and sisters in Christ. May Christ have mercy on us all. Sam Shamoun is a fat rat bee, just like you are a snitch. A 30-year-old man obsessed with D. Wood and a fat 50-year-old obsessed with Jews because of his inferiority complex. A match made in heaven. My goodness, but right on the money, right? Let's see. This kind of thing helps me understand why woke leftists love Islam. You all speak the same language of compulsive lies that are embarrassingly easy to disprove. And you all hate the Jews for some reason. And then there's the pedophilia and murder. Sounds about right. I'm still waiting for someone who agrees with Malik. Relatively new to this scene, but one thing I am astounded by is how horribly you Dawa guys lie. Like embarrassingly stupid lies a child would make up. Dr. Malik, I love reading the comments. They're roasting you. It's fun here. Thanks for the entertainment. Quiet. He live streamed 3 times in one night. His live today is very educational. You should watch it. Islam is well and truly intellectually cooked. Get over it. Now it's about pushing it back in its box and shutting the lid down. Millions must and will leave the West or leave Islam. Your choice. Thus saith Doxxer, fake rapper and worldwide embarrassment to the Ummah, Malik. I always took the first cousin marriage thing as mostly a joke, but Maleek and anybody who actually believes what he says is starting to make me think it's a requirement to be a Muslim. Orthodox Muslim tries to be God logic and you try to be David. Interesting. All you have to do is follow Jesus. And then you have this guy. And then Battyman, get off D Woods. You are so depraved for attention. You're a bona fide loser. That is correct. David has been about as quiet as Muhammad was during his night with the Al-Zut. Nobody cares about you. Dr. Malik and Sam Shamoun is truly a duo made in hell. Yo, crazy person, gaslighting doesn't exactly work when the truth is only one click away. But then again, what would you know about truth? Your timeline is just you rambling on like a meth addict that's been up for 3 days straight. Sam and Malik sitting in a tree, exposing what exactly? No one cares about what Sam has to say, lol. This is making you look terrible. Guys, I don't click on the show probable spam because I don't know what's behind there, but those are the responses to Malik, guys. That's on his page. That's on one of his posts. That's what people think. He has people who follow him, and you couldn't find one person remotely agreeing with him. And Sam said, yes, let me hitch my trailer to that guy, and together we will destroy the Dizzle. 2026, man. All right, we ready to check some clips, guys? We'll later on. So we've got a short update on what's his face, Central. I want to call him something else. Central Puppet.
Racism.
We'll call him. Yeah, we call him Central.
Central Puppet. Yeah.
Central Racist, or Central Puppet. And we'll explain both of those. But yeah, just short clip from him, short update there. And then we've got the latest from Malik, where he's trying to escalate against the church that he showed up at after making it known that he threatens people at conferences and so on. So we'll check that out, and then we'll get back to Sam, and we'll go and check out Sam's page and see what Sam's page is looking like. Hey, Thaddeus, you know what's funny? Wasn't it just recently? You could put these clips together. Was it just recently Malik said, "Okay, so I'm done with David. I'm gonna go after other people." And I looked at the camera and I said, I think I quoted Breakfast Club. I think I said, in the words of John Bender, "Sweets, you couldn't ignore me if you tried." And what's he doing? Talking about me all day, every day. And we have the same exact thing with Central Puppet.
Yeah, even while Malik was on his way to confront IP and God Logic, which he was trying to not do, right? He was trying very hard not to do that. Even while you were not in the state, you had nothing to do with anything he was after. He'd just occasionally be like, "And this is all David's fault." They'd be like, "David, I know you're watching." And, yeah, weirdo.
All right, so here we have the update from Central Dawa. Here we go. So he had said he's going to give up Dawa. I told him, no, you're not. And then we got the follow-up. Let's see. Previously,
I have been thinking about wanting to get out of the debate and the Dawa scene, and I think I am officially done.
Sorry, Central Dawa. You're out of the scene when we say you're out of the scene. And we are not done with you yet. We are not done with you yet. So get used to it.
The king is back.
What's up with that beard and mustache?
Why I ain't quit? Because of David Wood.
I hadn't seen it. Thaddeus just told me. I think it was you who just told me about it and stuff like that, but I hadn't seen it. That's funny.
Yeah, that's how he started his live stream. He's like, you know, he said like the video and stuff first, but then he said, sat down, made a dramatic sitting down and said, "The king is back." And why am I back? Because of David Wood.
Just imagine. So Malik, I'm done with David. I said, no, you're not. No, you're not. I can get your attention anytime I want. And then all he does is talk about me for the next 2 weeks. And then Central Dawa, I'm giving up Dawa. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start a reaction channel where I just watch videos and react to them. No one's ever thought of that before. Geeky. And I say, no, you're not. We're not done with you yet. And then, okay, I'm back because of David Wood. It's like, we're all puppets. We're all puppets here. That's why I said central puppet, but we have a challenge here.
Mm-hmm. So he does have a challenge for you.
Uh-oh. He's already asked me to debate. We debated before, but he wanted to debate after he was blacklisted and for threatening AP. And you know, I don't have a problem if people still want to debate guys even after they death threaten. I mean, you know, they follow Muhammad. What do you expect them to do? But it was, nope, pretty much everyone is saying that he sucks. So he's kind of not worth debating because of how bad he sucks. But on top of that, he's handing out death threats. So let's just not interact with him anymore. That was the attitude towards Central. Whereas someone else, you know, like if Zakir Naik threatened people or something, which he has, he said that Muslim nations need to have a database, but he's calling it a data bank. He said a data bank of all people who criticize Islam so that if they're traveling and they stop in an airport, they can be arrested right there. And so he's basically saying, arrest us wherever you can and stuff like that, and then punish us according to Sharia. But if this guy were ever willing to debate, we'd all jump at the chance just to expose him. In other words, we consider it worth it, given how many people think that he should be taken seriously. We would think it's worth it, in spite of, you know, messed up things that he's done. But if someone is just really low tier TikTok loser and stuff like that, okay, well, do we want to put up with that guy? No. And so let's see what the challenge is.
Hey, Thaddeus is watching. So David Wood's friend,
he was right,
who literally has an orgasm anytime David speaks. Thaddeus, you're
right.
watching.
He doesn't like that.
David Wood, I challenge you.
He doesn't like what?
He doesn't like that he must have watched the live stream and saw how much I was laughing during it. That's presumably what he's referring to. And while David is funny, and I was laughing at David at times, I was mostly laughing at you, Central. I was mostly laughing at how pathetic you are.
You are indeed pretty darn pathetic, Central Dawa. And you should be glad that Thaddeus was watching your live stream, because that probably made it like 3 people or something. All right, here we go.
Technically, I'm recording and watched it later.
Okay, yeah, that works too. That works too. So he wasn't even helping your numbers. He was just recording it.
David Wood, I challenge you to a boxing match or an MMA match. Okay? Muslim versus Christian. Me and you, David Wood. Winner donates all funds raised to a charity of their choice. And that challenge goes out to David Wood, Thaddeus, and any Christian apologist. I know they're watching. I know Thaddeus. Thaddeus, I know you're watching. Clip it. Put it on YouTube. That's the challenge.
Has this guy ever stood beside me?
Probably not.
I saw when I got this clip ready that you have at the very end because I look for the beginning and the end. You've got his MMA skills. 1 second here. Let's see. Hang on. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Guys, he posted that. He actually posted that.
Watch out, AP. Because it's when he was making death threats against AP.
Here we go. Yeah, Central. I heard he wanted to box me and so on. I was just thinking, this guy's a complete idiot. I'm not I'm not even remotely interested. And if I were, I would insist on like having one arm tied beside me, and like I will agree with my one arm to only use body shots, whereas you can just flail about and so on. So anyway, had zero, because like what are you gonna do? I mean, it'd be like, fighting a 10-year-old girl or something like that. Oh, I won. I beat a 10-year-old girl. There's what the heck? What is the honor in that? And why would anyone care? But I didn't know. No one told me that he actually wanted something to go to charity. Now, my concern here, Central Dawa, is that all the donations would come from Christians, because who in the blue hell is going to donate from your side to see a fight, right? So it'd basically be a bunch of Christians donating to charity and stuff like that, which they can do, but just not for something like that. So, Central, you figure out a way to get donations from your side, and then I'll have Christians match it. And then, winner decides which charity that goes to. That's something that wouldn't be terrible. Again, I'm not terribly interested. I haven't been in a fight in a long time. But I did grow up West Virginia trailer park, where all you did was fight. Mm-hmm. And dude, like seriously. Central, walk into a West Virginia trailer park and pick someone at random and say, I want to fight, and watch what happens, dude. Watch what happens. And then get the brilliant idea to come mess with me. Are you stupid, man? Are you stupid? Mm-hmm. All right.
And keep in mind that Central is following Malik's little lead here and saying, oh, the Christians are so violent. Elijah came out and he was trying to fight Malik, and Malik had to run away to avoid getting in a fight, but he was going to fight him. He just wanted to do it down the street where no one could see anything. So he's saying that Christians are violent, evil individuals because they want to start fights, and yet he's literally challenging people to fights. And it's not just Central. Hijab's done the same thing. Numerous Dawa guys have done this, where they're like, instead of having a debate, let's have a fight, because that will prove Islam's the truth. How exactly?
Yeah. Guys, if fighting and winning means you're right, my goodness, you guys should be like, Israel's the most right place in the world. That was for you, Sam Shamoun fans. I need to keep doing that like every 5 seconds. All right, so now what do we have? Now we're actually getting to. Hang on. Okay, let's take a couple super chats, and then we'll jump into Malik's video. I don't know. All I know about the Malik clip is that he's flipping out over the church and flipping out over Elijah Johnson, when Elijah Johnson's the only person that just like he walked up to him. Like when he's like, hey, where is everybody? I'm out here, blah, blah, blah. One guy walks up to him. He runs 5 miles down the street. And then he spends the rest of his life obsessed with going after that dude. It's so pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Let's see. D. Wood, hope you guys are safe. Off topic, are you planning on publishing any books or guided studies on Islam history, apologetics? Hope you're well. Oh, I'm planning. It's the completing. It's the follow through on plans. Because at the end of the day, I like making videos. So if I'm like writing, this is so boring, hey, I can just make a video, and that would be awesome. And it's instant, right? It's instant. So yeah, I've started several books. I've not. No, I did finish 1.5. But the one, then Nabil told me to finish. Nabil said before you publish that. It was on a philosophical topic. He said no one's going to be interested in that except a few people. Write your testimony book first. Write a testimony book. And he said, write your testimony book before you write anything else or publish anything else. And so I had 1.5, and then I started working on a testimony book. I have about a quarter of a testimony book, but that's something I started like, I mean, that's when Nabil told me that. So that was like 10 years ago I started that, and I had like a quarter of it and have never finished that. Anyway, yeah. And by the way, I actually submitted one. It's on Christian stuff. It's not on Islam. But I actually submitted one, and then the publisher was like, you're just a YouTube guy, right? You're a YouTuber. That was before people realized, oh, YouTubers can actually do their own marketing and stuff like that. It was after that I started getting asked, hey, like contacted by publishing companies. Hey, you want to publish something here? And then I was like kind of spiteful, like, no, one of you guys said I'm just a YouTuber. So no, I'm not giving you guys anything. So I was like that for a few years. And anyway, then eventually I was just like, oh no, I need to knock out my testimony book and then put some of this stuff out again. So anyway, apparently what Nabil's saying is if you come out with something first, it's, it'll sell a certain number of copies, but then when you go to post, put out your testimony book or something like that, they're going to be like, oh, you put out this and it didn't get nearly as many. So that's going to affect their view of what you're putting out there and stuff. Whereas if you start with your testimony book, he says that's the one that people are just going to be most interested in. And so that's going to do the best. So then when you're putting out something else, people are already excited for it and stuff like that. Anyway, but I always just end up falling back on making videos and stuff. So anyway, yeah, that's that situation. But, yep, I got burned up. And then I was enraged and didn't want to put anything out. Actually, back then I was like really intent on putting stuff out, and it kind of that first attitude, you're a YouTuber. You're a YouTuber, not a writer. It was kind of like, oh, okay. Well, then I'll just focus on making YouTube videos then. But yeah, got to get back to that at some point. Oh, and then after a while, I was like, everyone just learns on YouTube now. So what's the point of writing books anymore? But I found out there are people who still read. And so that's life. Hello, David. I was talking to a Muslim a few days ago and showed him the Islamic dilemma. His response is the word of Allah cannot be changed, and that's only for the Quran. What would be the response? That the Quran never says that at all. I assume he brought up Surah 18, verse 27. Recite was what has been revealed to you of the book of your Lord. There's none who can change his words. He doesn't say there's none who can change his words in the Quran. He just says there's none who can change his words. And so you combine that with showing that the Torah and the Gospel, according to the Quran, are Allah's words, and then ask him if the Torah and the Gospel have been changed, have Allah's words been changed? And he will say, yes. And you will say, okay, therefore, there are people who can change the words of Allah. And he will say, yes. And then you say, so when Allah says there is none who can change his words, that statement from Allah is false, right? No, what he really means is, yeah, but as it's written right there in the Quran, that's false. And you have to add something to it that's not in the text to make it not false, right? And that should start bothering him if he has any respect at all for his religion. But apart from that, the Islamic dilemma does not depend on 1827 or 114 to 115, which say that no one can change Allah's words. Those verses could not exist. You still have the Quran ordering Jews and Christians to judge by the Torah and the Gospel. He said Jews. You see, he's obsessed with Israel. You still have the Quran saying over and over again that Allah is affirming what is with us, the scriptures that we actually have. So, yeah, there's no way out of it. But yeah, just keep giving your Muslim friend more and more passages and asking for his explanation. Just letting you know, I bought 10 copies of the Islamic Dilemma and gave 9 of them to 2 college students before. 9 of them to college students before their summer break. That is awesome. That's cool. That's a good idea. As a former Golden Glover, can I please fight for versus Central Dawa? No. And that's not me saying I want to fight. I have zero interest in fighting, guys. I'm 50 years old. I don't throw punches anymore. I know I outweigh this guy by 100 pounds. And so given that kick that we saw, again, I could go in there one-handed. There's nothing. But again, no, I'm not interested. I don't care. I'm not trying to impress anyone. If I wanted to raise money for charity or something like that, I would just do it. Don't really care about this. It's just kind of, just to be forthright, I just think it's funny interacting with this guy. And I think it's going to be funny if he goes out and starts wasting his time trying to set this sort of thing up when no one cares about him and no one wants to see him fight because he's a total joke. I think it would be funny.
He did say it was open to any Christian apologist. So if someone else wants to do it, I wouldn't recommend it, but if someone wants to do it, feel free.
Yeah, and guys, we don't care. But this is Dawa, right? These guys are getting cooked every direction, and so now it's, but we'll fight. Yeah, we'll fight. Oh my goodness. And you guys are coming with Central Dawa? Central Dawa. He looks like freaking olive oil from Popeye. My goodness, man.
But he can lightly tap a bag while spitting.
Here you have, isn't D Wood's son MMA trained? Yeah, he went to years of jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and boxing. That was when he was a teenager, though. So you could say, oh, maybe he doesn't remember any of that stuff anymore. Sadly for you, he's like 245 pounds of muscle now, so it's not gonna help. But it was funny when Malik said, yeah, David's son, he's scared of me. My son goes, tell him I will fight him with both hands tied behind my back and blindfolded. Both hands tied behind my back and blindfolded. I'm like, no, you're not fighting. You're not fighting anyone just to show. But yeah, no, I've said it before. A professional fighter would beat up my son, but you'd have to be fairly well trained because he is a muscle bound, pretty well trained dude. But that's what I'm saying.
That was very.
Yeah,
I don't
want to send
not to fight.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You don't want anyone
We're not
in the
interested,
hospital.
guys. We are watching the collapse of Dawa, and the fact that you guys are, they're scared of me, and I challenge you to a fight. It's just, I look at this as like you're in full meltdown mode, and you're trying anything right now, and it's pathetic. So, Central Dawa fighting in a ring. I have a hard time believing he has the brain power and coordination to tie his own shoes and wipe his own behind. Does he not know you're twice his size, D Wood? Lol. Yeah, that's one of the things we're trying to figure out. Steven Seagal is greater than Central Dawa. That's true. And y'all know what we think of Steven Seagal. The half-assed back kicks are the most dangerous. You see, David Wood is shacking in his Karanagami boots. Yep, shaking my Quran skin shoes. Do you believe Christ can save Sam Shamoun? Yeah, but like, I don't know what to do when a person sees himself destroying everyone around him his entire life and has not the slightest desire to change. Like, I don't know what to do with that. And so let me put it this way. And guys, let me put it this way. For those of you who go, why are you saying just ignore him and don't have all this infighting and blah, 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 blah. Guys, I happen to believe that the only hope for Sam is eventually, if no one's following him and he has nothing else to do, then maybe he would look back. As long as he has like some people, like even if it's 100 people who are still cheering him on, that's enough. That's enough for a narcissist like that. He thinks in his mind he should be way bigger, but just if there's 100 people just cheering on everything he says, that'll be enough to keep him going. The only way I can see forward for him is if he just like, same with Malik, these type of people have to hit complete rock bottom, realize that every manipulation tactic they have no longer works, that people have caught on to them, that people know exactly what they are and don't trust them anymore. And at that point, maybe they will decide and realize that they need to change and then start taking steps. Apart from that, I don't see how he's going to change. So anyway, my point is, if Jesus was going to do something with Sam, I would guess it would be along those lines. Otherwise, it would just have to be like instant and miraculous, like a miraculous boom. Sam is just, miraculously transformed.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, that of course it's possible, right? No one is beyond salvation, but I think it would take something very dramatic. And I think the only way that Scam will come to repentance is if he loses everything. Uh, I think that is necessary for him to have any chance to do it. It's also necessary for the biblical commands about removing wolves from the church and false teachers and stuff like that. So for multiple reasons, what's best is for Sam to be ignored by everyone.
Except people who are exposing him. UFC, we should schedule a fight between Central and Arman Zarukian ASAP. Yeah, these guys all want to be fighters. Someone should make a Freedom of Information Act request for the police body cam of their interaction with Maleek. I think they're talking about
in progress. Yep, it's in progress.
D Wood put out a self-destructing Quran. That'd be funny. Honestly, I expected more of a reaction to Zutgeist yesterday. Day 2 of asking for that manipulation strategies video. How much will this cost me? I said I'd do it, dang it. And I said remind me every once in a while, not ask me every day. Yeah, remind me in a week. Matter of fact, I would like to make that this month. I need to go ahead and get that down because too many manipulators out there. He said, any Christian apologist, call Wes Buff. Come on, man. Just because that dude swings around a samurai sword doesn't mean he knows how to fight. Do you already have an editor for your book? Oh, that's the interesting thing. I don't need an editor. I write correctly. I write slowly and correctly. In other words, you will not find any typo. You will not find a typo. You will not find a correction to make. The only thing I'd be interested in is if like someone's like, I didn't quite understand that, or could you go into a little more detail, or you spent like too much time on this. Could you cut that down? That sort of thing I'd be interested in. That would be kind of like, I'd probably want like 10 people, and then if like 2 or more say something, then I'll take a closer look or something like that. Stuff like that. As far as like just the writing itself, yeah, I'm a slow, precise writer. I'm saying that because I used to write for the ODU paper and stuff like that, and the editor was like, your writing is perfectly clean. There's never anything to change. I'm like, yeah, I read slowly, I write slowly, and I pay attention to all. And I don't know why, because I read slowly, I always notice like correct punctuation and grammar and stuff like that. So I see it when I'm writing as well. How do you walk in the Spirit daily, water, fasting, and prayer, and meditate on God's words? What do you mean daily? Because you wouldn't be water fasting and so on daily. You wouldn't be water fasting daily. But yes, fasting, good. Prayer, yes. Meditating on God's words, yes. Reading the Bible, yes. Fellowship with believers, yes. That's basic Christianity. Mm-hmm. A couple more. Pray for Sam Shamoun. That's a good idea. We pray for the truth, Sam and David. Jesus is Lord. See, David doesn't need an editor. Admission of pride. Oh, no. Well, that's just what I've always heard when people try to check out my writing. So how about that manipulation strategies video? Oh, good GIF. And D-Wood should publish the truths in the Quran and its blank notebook. Yeah, that's funny. Call it the truths of the Quran, and it's just blank. No, there are truths in the Quran, but they're just stolen from other people. All right, Thaddeus, let's check out this video.
Yeah. Okay. So just quick recap. Last time we were talking about Malik, which was 2 episodes ago. He made multiple attempts to avoid confronting God Logic and IP in LA while they were there, while pretending that he was confronting them. So he knew exactly where they would be. He knows everything. He's obsessed. He watches us constantly. In fact, he was live streaming our live stream where we mentioned they'd be there. So he knew it. but he waits till they post, hey, we're about to leave the pier and Malik didn't show up. And then he says, oh, I'm coming. Wait for me. Then they post a picture showing that they're about to go to the church and that the event starts at 5 p.m. Malik eventually shows up at the pier at 5:08 or 5:10, something like that, after he knows that they are not only gone, but they're somewhere else. He records a dumb little video walking around the whole thing, being, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? And then he ends his live and comes back and he wants to do a victory lap, but his chat is not impressed. They want him to pull up at the church, and he keeps giving excuses why he can't do that. Eventually, his chat convinces him to go to the church. He does come to the church. He gets out of his car for about 10 minutes, walking around, not even getting close to the church, recording, and then gets back in his car and circles the building repeatedly, which looks super, super suspicious. Now, we know that Malik was just super scared of actually confronting someone, was trying really hard not to encounter anyone, but to a security personnel watching, it looks very, very suspicious. And they were made aware that Malik was this individual who has made multiple death threats against Christian speakers, has been harassing and making threats against 2 speakers who were at that church, inspiring philosophy and God logic, for months. And they start listening to his live stream, and eventually the police get called. Malik gets pulled over by the police after crapping in his pants. He completely complies with everything that the police tell him to do. They let him go because he didn't actually have a gun, despite him posturing multiple times that he was dangerous individual. He didn't actually have it. Then he thinks that this is the greatest thing ever, that the Christians have embarrassed themselves, and he tries to convince all his Dawa buddies to make videos about it. That didn't really happen. Central had a half-effort attempt at defending Malik immediately after Cora published a video. A couple days later, he goes live, supposedly to review Cora's video. He watches like maybe 30 seconds of it, and the rest of the time is him retelling all the events in his own spin. So that's what we got here primarily. But while doing that, he makes many, many threats against Elijah and the church.
Yeah, so let's check that. We did have, as you were talking, we did have a couple, we could wait for the super chats, but they're actually relevant to what I was just saying. So go ahead and cover those right now, since a couple of them were relevant to what I was just saying. So we'll just go through them real quick. David, stop playing with your food. No, don't tell me what to do. Sometimes I think that guy's either purposefully misunderstanding the point or he's actually stupid. Every argument was answered with insults. I can't even tell if you're talking about Sam or Malik or Central Dawa. I can't tell because they're all like that. Let's see. Okay, this is the one. What are the titles of the books you've written, Dr. Wood, and where can we buy them? I don't know if you just missed the discussion I just had, but I started in fact, I was actually wrong. So I had one. It was on the problem of evil, guys. I wrote an entire book on the problem of evil. I submitted it, and then it was like, who are you? All you are is a YouTuber and stuff like that. You don't, so they weren't interested. Back then it was, if you're a YouTuber, you're in a separate world from like the world of books and so on. Which I could have just submitted it somewhere else, but I was like ticked off and like, well, screw you guys. I won't submit anything anymore. But I also I said half, but in reality it was probably 3/4 or more of a book. And it was basically, short chapters just going through a bunch of topics. First half was like on Islamic topics. Next half was on Christian topics. And it was like short answers for people as like a reference guide. If someone's bringing up something on social media, you have like something where you could familiarize yourself. All the chapters were like short, like 2 to 3 pages and stuff like that. So short answers. And then it was in reaction to getting ticked off at publishers and just saying, well, I'll just make YouTube videos and stuff like that. So anyway, I was probably like 3/4 done with that, but after a few years, I was like, no, it'd be more like half because I know more now and I'd be able to fill in more and I would probably make some of those chapters longer and stuff. So I'd have to go back. And then I started an Islamic dilemma book, over halfway done with that. Was going to call that the Islamic dilemma, but Chris finished way before me. I totally burned out like October, November, whatever it was. And it was actually funny because I was like, okay, here are the remaining chapters. Why don't I just make a good video on each of these remaining chapters? And then I'll have all the content and I just, revise it a little for print. And anyway, then never got back to it. And now Chris has published his. So now I can't even title mine the Islamic Dilemma because he's already titled his the Islamic Dilemma. So, yeah, unless I think of some awesome title. Like right now I have no motivation to finish that when, I should, because I kind of went in a different direction from Chris. We both cover the Islamic Dilemma, but we go about it in different ways. So it'd be and mine's simpler. Like his I would recommend like high school and college level and about high school, college, and then, basically adult Christians. Whereas mine, you probably fine for like middle school or something like that. It's shorter. But yeah, now I just have to think of an awesome title. Because the Muslim
is false either way, which I think is good.
So wait, so you're saying not the Muslim difficult decision between two alternatives that don't work?
I mean, that's funny, but it's not really a good book title. Islam is false either way is a good book title.
I was thinking just because I liked my video that was titled this, but I was thinking what the Quran really says about the Bible. But that doesn't tell you it's about the Islamic Dilemma. But maybe a subtitle that says it's about the Islamic Dilemma. Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, guys, I have one complete book on the problem of evil, one book on, kind of intro Christian apologetics with dealing with Islam, and then over half of an Islamic Dilemma book. But yeah, nothing that's really out there. I have chapters and books out there, but yeah, not my own books. So anyway, hope that helps. And we've got that one. Thank you for that. And this might be off topic. You and AP talked about Christian Zionist, and you said it's not the same as people see it on the internet. Can you explain the difference? No. It's basically there are different kinds of Zionism. Christian Zionism is a specific position that's about end times, and you read the Bible, and Israel's supposed to be there at the end time. So you view the nation of Israel now as part of the fulfillment of end times prophecies, and Christians need to do certain things. That's what me and AP are saying. We're not I'm not denying that is. I don't know. I haven't studied enough to know. And if you're talking about end times prophecy, and that's what that is. And I'm like, I don't know. It might not happen for another 20,000 years. So how do I know it has any connection to this? So anyway, the point is I don't know. So that's not how I'm thinking. I'm thinking in terms of it's good for Jews to have a place where they can go. That was kind of one of the ideas for Zionism, right? That people in various nations just decide to go on killing sprees and stuff like that periodically against Jews and stuff. And so some Jews got the idea, hey, what if we actually had a place where we didn't have to rely on other people to protect us? Wouldn't that be good? And so on. And so that was the Zionist movement. But now Israel already is a nation. Israel's already a nation. And so Zionism now isn't, Jews should get some place where they can actually defend themselves and not be under someone else who is in charge of protecting them, who might turn against them. That's already happened. There already is a place like that. So secular Zionism, not Christian Zionism, but secular Zionism right now is basically Israel has a right to exist. But for that, it's what do you kind of don't need the word Zionism for that, right? Because I think Canada has a right to exist and defend itself, right? There's no religious reason that I think Canada has a right to exist. And there's just a bunch of people there and you live there. And so what? But anyway, so yeah, that'd be the general idea. So I would be a Zionist in the secular Zionist sense, in that I say it's good that Jews currently have a place where they can exist and defend themselves and not be at the mercy of other people, because you got people like Sam Shamoun who will just lose their minds over something eventually.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I got that.
Speaking of which, there's a Sam fan came into the chat and said, "I'm leaving this channel because it's filled with hate. I'm going back to Sam because you never find any hate on Sam's channel."
Hey, hang on. I got the proof. Okay. Let's just round out these super chats so we don't have to come back later. Islam, it's for clowns. That's true. What about baby book? A baby book Islamic dilemma. Oh, I actually think that's good, right? There should be like children's like bears, like little toy bears explaining the Islamic dilemma for kids. That should be Christians of all ages. This needs to be a standard part of Christian education because it's the ultimate Dawa destroyer. And you can still title it the Islamic dilemma, but if you want a title, the Quran destroyer Islamic dilemma, and you can make it a series of different topics or arguments you have that's against Islam. All of that may be the case. How about the Islamic dilemma according to D. Wood? Or hey, what about the better Islamic dilemma? Hey, how about the Islamic dilemma, but better than Chris's, or something like that? That would be funny. All right, but anyway, you were saying some guy was saying this channel's too much hate, so he wants to go back to the less hateful Sam. All right, guys,
Alexius.
Alexius, where is he?
His name?
Is he far back?
Alexius. He's still spamming. So he said he was leaving, and then he mouthed off a whole bunch more, and then he said, "I'm really leaving now, but I wish you guys would just tell Jesus to get in touch with Christ," which I don't know what the heck that was supposed to mean.
Hey,
And
Alexius,
he's
you're still here. Hey, Alexius is still here. Hang on.
Yep, he just said a new one. Alexius Davinko.
Let's see. What's this? Sam and this other guy should actually guide and help. Sam and this other guy should actually guide and help Sam. How is Sam going to guide himself? We would love it if Sam and this other guy, I don't know if you're talking about me or Thaddeus as the other guy, but yes, we would love it if Sam would guide himself. That's the problem. He is guiding himself, and it's completely destroying him and everyone around him. When we say it would be good if he guides himself, it would mean according to something that makes sense, according to good behavior, guiding himself according to the teachings of Christ. That would all be good, but he's guiding himself according to his own feelings and stuff like that, and it's a complete disaster. But if you're saying, wait, Jesus said, "Get the stick out of your eye before you judge." Yeah. Okay, so just to be clear, these are Sam's fans, right? Get the stick out of your eye before you judge. Yeah. What that means is don't be hypocritical in your judgment, right? Don't be doing something. Don't be doing something and then condemning other people for it, which is exactly what Sam does all day, every day, right? He condemns everyone else for things that he does and they don't even do. But since you think I'm being hypocritical, then if I'm being hypocritical, if me and Thaddeus are being hypocritical in our judgment, then you must think we act like this.
So whoever complained, let me say, you're a pig, you're an animal, you're a beast, you're a dirty dog, and you're good for nothing to be destroyed and sent to hell. Wallahi, Khalid Habib, my goal is to get your mother and piss on her and get the Shia to rape that whore and then also sodomize you, you filthy dog. So what's your background, Augustine, besides your mother being a dirty whore? Shut your pie hole before I get your mother to mount your uncle again. Stupid little bastard. He's manifesting like his mother when the Shia mount her. Yeah, I think Radvan is confusing with his father. He used to beat the ston out of his mother after his father used to mount him. David Wood thinks he's smart. Let me tell you what a dastardly Satan this spiritual bastard is. You stupid, dumb little bastard. No disrespect to bastards. Maybe AP, that effeminate Turkish fag, will come and lay hands on you. The stupid fat cow. No, it was by your mother being a Shia prostitute in Iran. Shut the hell up, you stupid bastard. You stupid dumbass. Let me tell you why, David, you're a stupid fat bastard. You're too much of a narcissistic, sociopathic scum, tool of Satan, to humble yourself and seek reconciliation. No, you stupid bastards. You fake bastards, sons of Satan that think you're Christian and pious, that condemn me. So come on up, you little prostitute, you whore of Satan, you're a slut of Satan. You dumb, stupid, satanic bastard. You scum. Okay, you son of a whore. You son of a whore. But the dumb, demonic bastard manifests. Now get the hell out of here. That Jake, that fat cow bastard, and his cow boyfriend, Orthodox lesbian, what the fudge is going on? The Shia are mounting your whore mother, because you're a whore like your mother, and they fudge you and her, you
filthy bastard whore, prostitute that you are. Your uncle's mounting you right now, you filthy lowlife. Stupid bastard, huh? What are you going to do now, you satanic bastard? You know, I'm David Wood, you know, and you got to follow my script. Yeah, you stupid bastard. No, you're a whore like your mother. You're a whore like your mother, brother. Go find who your father is, because it took 20 Shia to birth you. The Bible calls out whores and your mothers for being whores. You're a whore, brother. You're a whore. You're a bastard. You're a coward. I'd spit on you, but my spit is better than you. Because Mango, they're all whores, sons of whores. Because your whore mother likes bald heads to rub her bald ass, because you're a whore like your mother. And you like your bald uncle because he mounts you, because you're a whore like your mother. So your mother doesn't complain about bald asses rubbing her bald face and bald heads rubbing her bald ass, you prostitute. Bring your mother out of the darkness of being a whore like your grandmother, and stop letting your uncle molest you and mount you because you're a whore. Are you his whore? Because I think you're his whore. Because I think Lesbiano mounts your mother and sleeps with her. The same Muslims that fudge your mother? I didn't know that. Can you go to that faggot and tell him, come on my stream? Hey, faggot, I know he mounts you and your mother. Here's the link. Orthodox faggot. Come on, faggot. Come on, fag boy. Only Orthodox Lesbiano, your mother's gay lover. Did they invite your mother too? Because I heard she's a whore, and they like to mount her and defile her because you're a bastard, you little effeminate faggot, you little whore, you prostitute. You son of Satan, you spiritual whore. Shut up, you stinking bastards. You're a drunken bastard. Kenneth, stop being a whore like your mother, dude. Your mother has already repented for being a whore. Why do you continue being a whore, you stupid bastard? I said that you are a whore, and your mother's a whore. Hey, we got a whore, a Shia whore, whose mother's a Shia prostitute. Don't hide like your whore mother. Bring Orthodox lesbian, your faggot lover, and fairy queen, faggot stone kisser, join me, because you guys are faggots. You're not men. Keep barking like your Shia prostitute mothers when they get mounted to do muta. Teaching is why your mother needs to repent of being a Shia whore, because his mother is the bastard prostitute of the Zoot people. There are no greater whores mounted by the Zoot than him and his mother. Yeah, because he laughs when he sees the Zoot stuffing his mother and him with their genitalia. Yeah, and they mounted your mother because you're their bastard seed, because they're two faggots and you're their bastard seed because you're a whore. Fat little bastard. What's the evidence that your mother is the best whore in Iran and you're the bastard whore of your uncle? Because the Bible is busy talking about your mother being a whore. Your mother's a whore. You're a bastard. You're a effeminate queer. You're gay. And Satan's proud of you because you're a whore of Satan. You stupid whore. They think all women are like their mothers who are whores because you're a Shia whore and your mother's a Shia prostitute. Are you a dumb, stupid bastard or are you a whore of Satan? Because you're a whore of Satan, Shia prostitute, you little whore. Here you go. Come on up, you filthy, effeminate sissy, fat little bastard. There's the link, little whore. I'm an effeminate queer bait. I need to hide behind time. And then take their mothers like the Shia took your mother and mount them. Come on up. Don't hide like mommy did when the Shia came to do muta with her. That's why Orthodox lesbian whore is running to his mommy's bed where the Shia are. Satanic bastard. Because you're all the bastard seed of Muslim jihadis. Gay, fags. You are another whore. You're a prostitute like your mother. I know you're a whore like your mother. You condemn Palestinians, but then you make love to Palestinian men because you're a whore. You like to sell yourself to them. I want to chill out your mother, brother, because I know she's a whore too. So now go find your whore mother with this whore. So get out of here. You are a stupid bastard, Murtad. Now, can you tell me this guy's not a stupid bastard? Son of a whore? Because you're a filthy, low-life scum, son of Satan, you know? Because the fat boy, he's a whore like, you know, the Shia who mounted him and his Shia mother, not his Catholic mother, because he's a bastard whore, son of Satan. And that's why may Jesus do to you what he did to Ahmadinejad and Muhammad, who died of poison like a rat. May Jesus do that to you if you don't repent. Liam, is that what your mommy and your sister and your niece been sucking on? And Iran? Is that why you were born a bastard of your uncle? You're a whore like your mother, you whore. You little whore. You whore. You stupid bastard. But you're a whore like your mother. That's why you have to cover up for your gay lover because he likes to mount you when you mount him. Stupid whore. You are a fat slut, you filthy lowlife. You fat ass. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, so that's and for everyone saying, no, that's too much, guys. That was the shortcut. I have a much longer version that I'll go and say it. Eric, your brother in Christ. Keep in mind, you could actually look at Sam's shirts from that. That was from just a few live streams, guys. Apparently, he's like that all the time. And so you could make a 15-hour cut of just Sam's insults if you wanted to take the time. But yeah, Eric, I was like, Eric, Sam's running his mouth, and I don't. I've seen, because people have sent me short clips of the messed up stuff he's talking about, helping. I want to help people grape your mother and stuff like that. So I knew it was all in there. And I was just like, hey, Eric, could you go through a couple episodes, man, and just cut out the stuff so people have an understanding? Because people who don't watch them might have no clue, and they might sound like Alexius here and be like, what? I don't get it. Why the division? Why the division? Mm-hmm. And so then I would be able to say, this is why. This is why I do not want anything to do with this. This is why I don't want anything to do with this. So wanted it for that reason. But yeah, Eric sent me, like, just after watching a few episodes, it was like, over 20 minutes or something like that, and I chopped that down. That was a 6-minute section of it. So let's see how Alexius is responding now. Alexius said, David said he's a psycho. David said, who's a psycho?
Sam, I guess. Even though you explicitly said, no, he's not. When someone in the chat said that.
I think I could say it usefully, like when you're just saying, like when you say someone's mental, because this guy's psycho or something like that. But no, Sam is not a psychopath. He is not. He is way too emotionally fragile to be in the realm of anything remotely resembling psychopathy. Narcissistic, yes. Borderline, yeah. Those guys they have very fragile egos. Psychopaths, not fragile at all. Look at this. Alexius says, when is the Christians going to actually come together? Come together with what? With that? In other words, when are we just going to be fine with that and say, hey, in the spirit of unity, we're going to be fine with that? Alexius, if that's how somehow you're reading your Bible, that no matter how terrible and despicable someone's behavior is, you just keep going. You just don't ever call them out. Just let it go along and just continue working together. Yay! No idea what Bible you're reading, buddy. No idea what Bible you're reading, but you shouldn't be advising or telling anyone what to think about the Bible, because that's ridiculous. Look at Jesus. He would rebuke his own apostles. Look at how he interacted with the scribes and Pharisees. Blasted them. Just as brutal rebuke as you could possibly have. That's what he did. Paul, when he saw Peter, just wasn't eating with the Gentile Christians around the Jewish believers, because he was worried he might offend Jewish believers by eating with Gentiles and stuff. Paul called him out in front of everybody, exposed him to everybody. He didn't take him aside. He exposed him in front of everybody. So where are you getting this idea? Love is possible, but read the gospel. I don't know what you mean by love. I don't know, dude. Alexius, like, seriously, if you have kids, I hope you don't have this view of loving your kids. I seriously hope you're not. Well, my son, he's about to burn down the entire house, but I love him, so I'm not going to stop him or tell him not to do that or anything else. Or if your son is talking like Sam was just talking, well, he's my son and I love him, so therefore I have to be fine with that. That would be terrible. That's not what love means in the Bible. Where did Christians in the West get the idea that love means that you don't rebuke anyone, you don't call anyone out, you don't separate from people who are behaving terribly? Nope, you just get it. You just work together, no matter how repulsive and unbiblical people's behavior is. Where are you getting that love is possible, but read the gospel? Dude, seriously? We have to read the Bible to learn about the truth of God and the Son of God. Oh my goodness. Find love in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, who brutally rebuked people when they were crossing lines. Hey, here's a fun fact, Alexius. I guarantee there was not a single scribe or Pharisee who talked about people like Sam does. Mm-hmm. And he rebuked them like no one else has ever been rebuked. And what do you have here? Sam is actually a nice guy, and he's just frustrated because these guys actually never... Hey, look at this. Oh, my goodness, look at this. Sam is actually a nice guy, and he's just frustrated because these guys actually never give him a chance. Dude, what happened between you to cause this terrible relationship? I gave him 20 years worth of chances. He would do something horrible, like punch his wife in the face, and I'd be like, dude, I can't work with you anymore, man. You freaking wife beater. He would come back eventually. Dude, I've totally changed. I've been humbled. I've repented. I've changed. And I would be like, all right, I guess I'll give him a second chance. He's saying it. And then it turns out he's actually worse than he was before. That's every time. Every time he'd massively cross some line. I'd be like, dude, I can't work with this anymore. Dude, you are seriously messed up. I cannot. Year later, I'm a new man. I'm a changed man, and I would go along with it. Why? Because I was hoping for the best. All right, someone does that over and over and over again, and every single time he gets worse, you start thinking maybe by me accepting him back every time is part of the problem, because he thinks he just gets away with all this stuff. He can do anything he wants, and then there'll be a while, and then all I have to do is go back and say, I've changed, and then people take me back, and therefore I never actually have to change, because they'll take my word for it. Anyway, Alexius, dude, you are so incredibly clueless. You seriously need to shut up. You should not be telling people. Your views are so screwed up. You are the ideal type of person that manipulators and narcissists and, yes, psychopaths in positions where they are manipulating other people and getting in positions to control other people to their own advantage and stuff like that. That view is what keeps that. You're an enabler. That's what you're called. You're an enabler. You enable it, because anytime someone goes to call them out and correct them, you go, come on, guys, what about love? What about love? It's not loving to want people to behave better. That's not loving. You should want people to be as bad as possible and just get along anyway and just work with them anyway. Dude, shut up. I'm telling you now. Look, we've been through this so many times with so many people who enable the most disgusting behavior. This is how people in positions of power in churches can have scandals going on for years and never get exposed for it. Everyone's like, oh, it would be unloving to stop this guy from all the horrible stuff he's doing? No. It would be loving to make him stop, because you're supposed to stop him from abusing the people around him. You're supposed to love the people around him who are victims. You're supposed to love them too and protect them, which you would want to do if you love them. But guess what? If you love the abuser, you should make him stop too. It's not loving to let people continue in terrible behavior. That's not loving even for the person, even if you didn't care even slightly about all the other people. For that person, again, if your kid is about to burn the house down, it's not loving to let him do it. It's loving to make him stop. Anyway, all right, done. Don't say anything else, dude. Don't have time for this nonsense. All right, now we ready?
Yeah, that was fun. So we watched that clip last time. We were talking about Sam and Malik and their loving relationship. We're going to get back to Malik now, but you can see my reaction to that clip premiering after this on my channel. I'll set it to premiere when we finish.
Reaction to which clip?
The clip you just played of Sam.
Oh, okay.
So my live reaction to that the first time you played it is premiering on my channel tonight. I thought it'd be a good tie into the show, so that will be coming up later tonight.
All right. Well, remind me, and as we're closing out, we will send everyone to it. You can premiere it as we're closing, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, guys. So let's check out some the latest from Malik. Guys, do you know why we spend so much time staying updated on Malik? He is like, in my mind, he's like the picture of what's going on with Dawa in 2026. It's just total meltdown, lashing out in every direction and doing the dumbest things you can possibly do because you have no clue what will work, because nothing's working anymore. And it's just complete meltdown, complete self-destruction, attacking in every direction, doing the dumbest things imaginable. And Malik is just the embodiment of what's going on in Dawa. And so, fun to watch. Let's see. The snitch episode. That's funny.
You heard what I said, right? I said, talk to me nice or don't talk to me twice. Talk to me nice or don't talk to me twice. Guys, tap the screen, share the live. Club Paru, snitch episode.
What is this crap, Thaddeus? You normally pull up some good clips. That was pure garbage, man.
But you missed it. This is Club Pyru, the snitch episode.
I mean, it fits. I mean, but with Malik, every episode is the snitch episode. I mean, the real snitch episode was back when he exposed the Warner and stuff. That was the real snitch episode. All right, let's check this out.
I ain't listening to none of that. None of that snitch recovery. Snitch recovery. Snitch recover me. 911. 911, help. Help.
Hey.
It's one guy, chat.
Hey, hang on. So he's talking about the church?
Uh-huh.
Okay, wait. So he's complaining this for snitching. Didn't he cheer on the Muslims who called police on God Logic?
Mm-hmm.
How? I keep wanting to think, like, how can his fans fall for this? But he's got like 15 fans, and the rest of people are just making fun of him and stuff like this. But yeah, guys, Avery showed up to Balboa Park. He had his wife with him. Guy kept pushing up on his wife. He warned the guy and actually like escorted the guy away from his wife. Guy did it again, put his hand in front of her face and stuff like this. God Logic went to slap his hand down from being in his wife's face. The guy's hand fell. The guy's phone fell out of his hand, and then Muslims ran to police. Police, help! And anti-snitch Malik, who happens to be the biggest snitch I've ever encountered in my life. I've never seen anyone snitch on more people than this guy ever in my life. Because you wouldn't make it. You wouldn't make it snitching on this many people in like prison or something like that. But anyway, and he was giggling himself silly and cheering it on for people calling cops on God Logic. And then people call cops on him. Why? Because he had posted videos threatening to kill Christians at conferences. And then he shows up. He's driving back and forth in front of a Christian conference. And someone calls the cops. Oh, they're snitching. You giant hypocrite. You giant hypocrite.
And he also encouraged his audience to call animal control on you. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is like several levels below calling the police and pathetic.
Yeah, he snitched to animal control because I was feeding my dog bacon wrapped Quran pages because of Malik. And then he snitched. Matter of fact, Thaddeus, you've been there. Did you notice that wherever we would show up in around Muslims, they would call the cops on us?
Yeah.
When we went on public property in front of a mosque, just on public property, inviting Muslims with a sign to answer a question and offer a reward if they can successfully answer the question, three police vehicles showed up. 3 police vehicles showed up. When we were out in front of a supermarket, what happened? They called the cops on us. We're in front of a supermarket talking to people, asking anyone who wants to step up to the mic and step up for discussion. Police showed up. They called police. And here you have the most, whoa, they're snitching. Hey, Alexius, when you quote Jesus, first take the beam out of your own eye before you try to remove the speck in someone else's. This is an example of where you'd apply it, right? Oh, if you do this, you're snitching. Oh, then you guys are the biggest snitches in the world, according to you. Let's see.
Backpedaling.
Snitch Malik.
Your boy pulled up for Dawa, and they got scared. Hey, Elijah, come around the corner, man. Why Elijah didn't want to come around the corner? We got the Elijah.
Guys, you hearing this? Those of you who saw the video remember it, right? He's driving back and forth in front of the church. Then he starts harassing a random guy who's walking down the street because this guy's like, what the heck is he doing and stuff like that. Starts harassing a random guy. But he's also on TikTok live. And so someone tells Elijah Johnson, who's in there, he's at the conference, that Malik is on TikTok outside the church in his car. He actually goes on there and has to look and see where he is. He's like, okay, he's by a white car. So he looks around, sees the white car. That's how he locates Malik. He walks up to him. Malik bolts down the street. And then he starts saying, yeah, come around the corner. And Elijah's like, no, I'm right here. And he's like, oh, but there's 30 people with you. Or by that time he was saying, there's 20 people with you. I'm standing here by myself on a corner. What are you talking about, right? And Malik, come around the corner. Oh, Elijah didn't come around the corner. Well, Dude, you ran. You bolted as soon as you saw one Christian and you said it was 30. This guy's a joke, man. This is like the biggest. I mean, Dawa in general is a joke, but Malik is like the joke of jokes.
The dilemma going on today. Oh, it's going to be good. The ladies done taken over. The ladies done taken over.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with Cora at all, but I forget which channel. Was it God Logic's channel or something like that? They recently posted a debate Cora had with Jai, and I watched maybe 2/3 of it. It was like total massacre. She didn't know what she was talking about on anything.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
her response is, I was a kid back then. Why are you posting the clips of me as a kid? Well, first of all, we have no idea what your age is. You're fully covered. And second of all, why are you like having this very intimate relationship with Malik if you're under 18 and he's 30 years old?
Hey, Diddy Malik, what are you doing? What are you doing with these underage girls, man? Hey, Diddy Malik, what are you doing grooming these girls like Cora? Hey, Cora, you just do whatever I say. You do whatever I say, and I'll help make you popular. Cora, if you want someone to make you popular, probably not best to go to the guy who has trouble getting 30 people watching his lives and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, Cora, if you only got completely crushed and humiliated by Jai because of your youth, we can repeat that. We can repeat the debate. You can do it over again. I'm sure Jai will agree. You can do it over again.
Mm-hmm.
No problem, right? So, open invitation.
The ladies done taken over TikTok. They done taken over the Dawa scene, y'all.
Hold up. Is that on?
They done taken over the Dawa scene.
What does that say? Does that say 2,000 or 12,000?
12,000.
Okay, 12,000. So that's taking over Dawa. Okay, 12,000 is taking over Dawa. 12,000. That's a decent sized little channel. But I don't know if that counts as taking over when you've got hijab, people like hijab and so on with 1.3 million and so on.
And as you've heard, Malik now has a soundboard. Yes, the lives are even more excruciating to listen to. He just hits random sound buttons periodically.
Oh yeah, he's got sound effects now. He's got sound effects. Hey, Malik, great job. Oh, look, yeah, that's so cool. That makes it so cool. Yeah, you're doing a great job, man. Oh, no one can do that, man. Sound effects. Wow, you do a great job, buddy. He just learned sound effects after all these years. Yeah. Hey, you know what's weird, Thaddeus? When he's like, yeah, Cora's taking over and stuff like that. There's a part of me that, like, I kind of want Muslim ladies to do really well at Dawa because I know I could use that to destroy Muhammad, right? Muhammad, like, women are intellectually deficient. They're stupid by nature. They're not made for this sort of thing. They're dumb. And so if they actually go out and do a good job, I'm like, you guys are actually destroying yourselves. It doesn't work with Lily J because she's really, really stupid and all her stuff is really, really stupid. So she's kind of be proving Muhammad's point, right? But if you actually get like very intelligent women, even if they're defending Islam because they've been brainwashed and stuff like that, if they actually come across as intelligent, I think it undermines Islam. So there's a part of me that's actually rooting for people like Cora to do something. Problem is, I've only seen her one time, and it was a massacre.
They don't take it over.
They're taking over Club Pyru,
and we here for that. That one comes in all types. You know, you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it.
Dude.
I generally tried to avoid the sound effects, but trust me, I had to listen to this 2-hour or 3-hour live stream.
Dude, I'm like, I couldn't stand 5 minutes of that. Like, and I'm just wondering, what is he thinking? Like, his show was already annoying with how boring and stupid he is. But like when you're just belting out stupid sound effects the entire time, it's like, dude, shut up, man. Yeah. Hats off to Thaddeus, everyone, for sitting through all this to get clips. But that's what it's like listening to Club Pyru. And this is who Cora says, this is the guy who will really make me the world champion of Dawa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Cora. that kind of sounds intellectually deficient. So you need to sound the opposite of intellectually deficient, right? Don't get mad at me for saying that's what your prophet said. I'm quoting your prophet. And I actually like it when you or other Muslim women seem very intelligent, because I think it undermines what your fake prophet said. But when you're like, I want to do Dawa, so I'm going to get Malik to manage my career. It's like, oh my goodness, she is dumb, 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 dumb. Don't be dumb. You'd be totally better off on your own than associated with that guy, because there's no way at all that you're still going to be having this guy managing your stuff after 2026. Trust me on that.
So nominally, Malik is reviewing Cora's video. The video is like 20-ish minutes long, and he plays, no exaggeration, less than 30 seconds of the video in his 3-hour live stream, because he doesn't actually trust her to tell the story the way he wants to. So he plays a tiny bit of it, and then he talks about his version of the story for 10 minutes. And then he plays another 5 seconds of it, and then he jumps ahead 30 seconds in the video, and so forth. So even Malik doesn't trust you, Cora.
Yep. She's taken over Dawa, but I can't let her speak because it's not going to go the way I want it to go. Yep. This is the guy. This is the guy you have controlling your career. Great. Very, very smart. Not deficient in intellect at all.
And I said I'm going to be there 5:08. Okay?
So you said you're going to be there 5:08, and IP responded to you with the flyer for the conference to let you know that it was too late because they're going to be gone by 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, how convenient you decided to go now. And look what he posts. He posts a flyer that says they have to be somewhere at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Like he's just making up that he has to be somewhere, right? Guys, are you following this, right? They announced the day before, hey, we're going to be out at the pier for anyone who wants if you want to show up and debate, we're going to be at the pier. Malik doesn't show up. It gets to like 3 o'clock or 2 something, and they post the video. Hey, Malik, where are you at? And then he eventually responds, oh, yeah, I'll be there after 5. And IP's like, then it looks like you didn't really want to be here because you know our conference starts at 5. And by the way, the conference is about an hour away from the pier. So Malik knew this. Then he goes to the pier anyway and starts walking. Where are they? How did they run? Why did they run? It's like everything is a show with these guys, and it's just pathetic. And this one wasn't even enough to dupe the other stupid Dawa guys, because he expected them all. He expected this to make him the hero. Just like Sam thought that going on PBD was going to make him the hero and stuff like that. It's like, sorry, we know you. We don't trust you. You can go on PBD 1,000 times. We don't trust you, and your behavior's terrible. Same with Malik. Wait a minute. You snitch on everybody. Your behavior's terrible. You cause massive Quran desecration. We don't care if someone called the cops on you. Even Dawa guys are not falling for it. And they set the bar really low, and he can't even. That's still not enough for him. This is sad. Career folded.
Now I told him, oh, now the excuse is gas. We know what you are doing. This is the tweet that got IP's career folded.
Yeah, everyone. IP's career is done. He's just watch. He's not going to be anywhere. You're not going to be seeing IP making videos. You're not going to be seeing him speaking. You're not going to be seeing him debate. You're not going to be seeing any of that. Yep, Malik got him right here. Malik showed up after 5 when they had a conference, and he knew it, and this is the end of IP's career. And even Dawa guys are not falling for this. That's how bad this is.
Oh, now the excuse is gas. So now I'm thinking like, okay, it's 3:50, and you're telling me to come. You see my GPS. He's seen the GPS, guys. He's seen that it's here at 5:08, and he's now saying that gas is the excuse. He's seeing now gas is the excuse.
That's because you said it. You're like, gas is $6. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And why? Because they were there all day. They were there all day. You don't show up, and then you're like, oh, I don't know. Gas is expensive, and he's making fun of you.
Yeah.
He's pointing out that you didn't actually want to talk to them. You didn't, because you had the opportunity. And you start wanting, but gas is expensive. And then you show up after they leave and after you know they left. This is just beyond stupid.
Keep in mind, we're watching Malik's live stream where he's trying to make himself look good. And he's like, yeah, they told me they would not be there at 5. Oh, but he said he made fun of me joking about gas. Therefore, he's telling me he's still there. What? How does that make sense?
It does not, sir. It does not.
Right? So think about it. Now I'm like, okay, I'm an invited guest speaker and I accept. On my way, will you be there? We know Logic is on TikTok right now. Let's hope you guys are there. So when I sent this text, Logic was on TikTok already on somebody else's live. So they'd already left by this time because he was by 4:15 they were already dipped. They were gone.
So he's admitting that he knows they're not there, right?
I get to the pier, they're not there. Did I know before they weren't there? Yeah, because the homie scoped the spot.
Hey, look at this. Sam's fans are so pathetic. I can't even tell when someone's just imitating one to mock him. Sam owns you, Apologetics Roadshow. Sam owns you. Yeah, he owns me so much. I'll just leave this up for a little while. Yeah. How many people does Sam get watching his show? Like 300 or something like that? He owns you. A guy sits around whining about Israel and calling everyone's mothers whores all day. Ha ha, that's how you own someone. You sit around calling everyone's mothers whores all day. She a whores. Ho ho. That's what owning someone means.
Out. But I still showed up just to let you know that I touched down on turf.
So he said again, I knew they weren't there. He said, I knew they weren't there from the tweets. I knew they weren't there because my friend went ahead of me to see if they were there.
And he showed up anyway.
But I showed up anyway, just to show you I show up. What? What?
I showed up anyway, knowing they weren't there. But then in the video, he's going around going, hey, you know where God Logic is? Have you heard of his IP around here? He knew they weren't there. So it was just, guys, this is Dawa in 2026. These are your lives, man. Maleek, you understand you have a certain number of years in this world, right? This is how you want to spend it. You know what's crazy? Like when he talks about, I don't think I've heard him talk about it, but people say he has, that he was in med school and dropped out and stuff. And it was because, what did he say? What did people said? He said like, he was prescribing drugs or something. People were like, what? You weren't, and then talking about bossing nurses around and stuff like this. And like med students don't boss nurses. Everyone with an actual medical background was saying this guy has no clue what he's talking about. He's not been to med school and so on. So anyway, I'm guessing something along the lines of his parents wanted him to be a doctor and they had hopes of him being a doctor and he just wasn't cut out for it. He's too stupid. And so he decided to become a rapper instead and thought that would be a good career. But he ended up having to pay people to show up to his little concerts and clubs and stuff. He had to pay people, but then he would agree to pay people to show up and pretend that they're fans, but then he wouldn't pay them afterwards. And then they'd be really, really mad. Guys, you can look this up. If you look up Dr. Malik and stuff, it's one of the articles that pops up that people were enraged at him for because he would offer to pay people hundreds of dollars to show up to his conference and pretend to be fans. And then they'd show up and then he wouldn't pay them afterwards. Like absolute loser. But think about this from the perspective of his parents, man. They wanted him to be a doctor. He decided to be a rapper. He fails at that. And at the end of the day, now he's a guy who sits around whining on TikTok and looking up people like pictures of their like kids and stuff like that and posting them and threatening them and doxing them and then showing up at a pier and stuff like that. It's like, Maleek, do you have any clue what a complete disappointment you are to your family? And I'm saying lots of parents will hope things and then the kids don't do it, or the kids decide to go in a direction. The parents might be disappointed. That's not what I'm talking about here. That can happen anytime. I'm talking about someone who Like, you have hopes for your kids that he's going to do something good in this world, and you do what? You become like the consummate doxer and causing, I mean, your parents are Muslims, man. And what do? You cause more Quran desecration than anyone else has ever caused in the history of humanity. And you're like exposing all the Dawa guys. You're destroying Islam from within, man. So that it's so bad that people actually think you work for Mossad because they don't think someone can actually be this stupid. That's sad, man. And then the end result is you're going to be locked up because you've committed dozens of crimes in all of this. But just keep in mind, you can, once you hit rock bottom, remember this when you eventually hit rock bottom, that you can change. And I say that because guess what? When I was in prison, that was a pretty big disappointment to my family, given everything that I had done. Pretty big disappointment. Fast forward 10 years, proudest family in the world, because I came out of all that. So anyway, point is, you can do it, man. You can do it. You're just going to have to go through some stuff before you do. That's why I said, remember what I'm saying now. Remember it in the future when you eventually hit rock bottom. And you will.
Meanwhile, this creep, David Wood, the whole time is yapping all the way in Virginia, saying like, "Oh, he's not gonna go this and that." So, guys, you see the progression, right?
I was completely correct. It's completely correct. I said you're not going out there. You're pretending. There's no way you're gonna go out there and talk to those dudes. No way. Zero. And you didn't. And you made excuses, and you show up after they leave. I was completely correct. What a dork, man.
And notice the obsession as well, right? He's trying to tell the story of him confronting God logic, and he can't help but bring David in there all the time.
Yo, hey, shut up. Okay, here. Now, look, guys, look at this.
Let me pause. Elijah Kenny says, why are y'all still paying attention to Malik? I already explained it, Elijah. Were you not paying attention? You're sitting here criticizing us for paying attention to Malik when you're not paying attention to anything we say. I miss David's educational vids. I still make educational vids. Even Muslims know Malik is a loser. We got to move on from this. No, we don't. And quit saying it because it's freaking annoying. This guy is sitting in someone's basement, doxing, and he's been doing this for years. Doxing people, trying to get people killed. Someone needs to deal with this. You don't just let this go on forever. So we're exposing it in real time because he keeps committing more and more crimes, and then he does it live to respond to us, and so we have the evidence. Dude, shut up. Go away. Just stay out. If you don't like this, go somewhere else. Don't worry. We'll take care of it. But no, we're not sitting back and letting people stalk, harass, threaten, dox people's wives. No. And shut up if you think we should. We're not interested in your opinion because it's pathetic. Go away or I'll freaking block you, dude.
Okay, I get to the church, right?
So if you could pause just for a second here.
Let me back it up
to explain the context. Yeah. So the reason this is called the full clip, he plays a little bit of Cora's video, and then he says, and here's the full clip they'll never show you, that David and Thaddeus would never show you. And then he goes to our live on his reviewing his live stream and plays the full clip from our live while saying we will never show the full clip.
So he's saying we won't
be clear. That's
so he's saying we're not going to show the full clip.
But he goes to our live, knows it where it is, right? Because he's watched it, he's studied it, he's made the timestamp. And he goes to our live because apparently he doesn't have a copy of his own live to go to. and says, here's the full clip they don't want you to see. I did say, in fairness, I think he didn't say they won't show you, but that they don't want you to see when he's playing it from our live where we already showed it.
So just to be clear, they won't show this clip and he's playing it from our live stream where we show it? I don't think we're dealing with the top brass here.
Yo, hey, shut up. Okay, here. Now, look, guys, look at this. Okay, I get to the church, right? Hold on, I get to the church, right? Now, watch. I get to the church, okay? I gotta play the full clip because these guys are nasty. I'm just gonna show you that I walked out. Okay, here.
Okay.
All right. Okay, guys, know this. I'm parked up and on foot. I'm parked up and on foot, so I get.
Yeah, when no one's out there because people are inside at a conference. Guys, this would be like me walking around on a street near a mosque and not actually going up to it or talking to anyone there and stuff, and that's pulling up. This is like idiotic. What does God logic do when he pulled up on a mosque where Sheikh Uthman said he was going to be at? He rolls right up to the mosque and he gets as close to it as he can without being on their property, and then calls him out and starts calling out Sheikh Uthman. Malik just like drives back and forth in front of the place, and then he finally starts running his mouth when he's in his car. What a dork, man.
To the church. I park far away. It's a big event. There's all these cars parked on the street.
We agree.
Right? Now we're on foot. Okay, we can hop out the car.
Watch how many empty spots he walks past.
Let's go. I'm outside.
Oh, yeah, very important. Guys, you see all these, because later he says he has to drive way up the street. And look at all this parking. There's endless parking right there on the street. He could have easily pulled up right in front of the place and went and just stood on the sidewalk outside the place. Instead, he's a coward.
Here.
It's like a mile away.
Shall I restart?
Yeah, where is he at?
No, I'm not going to restart. Guys, just record this so you guys know. Hey, you midget. You 5'4" midget. What do you mean, where is he at? This is where I told you to come. Guys, look where I'm at. Look where I'm at.
What do you mean told him to come? What are you talking about, dude? You just got to the place. Told you to come. Where?
Elijah literally just doesn't know where he's at. He's just like, where is he? Right? Where did he park?
Yeah, he's looking. He's like, where is he? Right? That's not, I can't even figure out where he is right now. And then eventually when Elijah realizes where he is, Elijah walks out to him and Malik bolts in his car like a big coward. This is so pathetic, man.
The church is up here. Can you see my mouse?
The church is all the way up there. You see where he's pointing to? Like half a mile up the road. The church is right there, man. Look where I am, guys. I'm right here. Yeah, look at me. I'm half a mile away from the church.
You can't see it.
Yeah, so I can't. Anyone see a church there? Anyone see a church? It's either the smallest church in the universe or it is way far away. And I've spoken at that church before, and I couldn't tell where he is right here.
You see my mouse? The church is right here. By this last car. By this last car right here. That's where the church is.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm parked, bro, it's a 1 minute walk. To get from there to here is a 1 minute walk. That's the church. I said, Elijah, come over here. This is where I was parked. And I was even going to park around here even. Because there's obviously, if I'm parked and I'm not parking, then I could park even closer. So I told him just to cross the street.
Why wouldn't you park closer? What is this, man? This is him trying to impress people? Look, I'm 5,000 miles away.
He said, I had to park way far away because it was a big event, very busy. The streets were full. Now he's played the clip back that he intended to play, right? He knew exactly where it was. And now he's seeing that the street's empty. He's like, I could have parked a lot closer.
I could have parked way closer, even though, I couldn't get closer because, the street was too packed. There was no place to park. And now he sees what's actually on his video. And, oh, yeah, I could have parked closer. Yeah. Oh, what a dork, man.
You're going to see later.
Ooh,
okay?
Like
so I'm walking out. Let's go. I'm outside. Here.
It's like a mile away.
Shall I restart?
Yeah, where is he at?
No, I'm not going to restart. Guys, just... Do you see how this coward said it's a mile away? They're trying to make it seem like I was walking from Japan to China. No, it was freaking a 3 minute walk.
Wait, you just said it was a 1 minute walk. Now it's a 3 minute walk. Does he seriously have a problem with numbers?
I think so.
Guys, yeah, if you missed the last stream we did where we were talking about him going to the church, He records on his own he's live, and he records one guy walking out. Elijah walks out, and he runs, and he starts going, oh, there were 30 guys with him, 30 guys. You literally recorded that he was one guy walking up to you. There was no one with him. And he starts saying, there were 30 guys with him, 30 guys with him. And then when he's talking to Elijah, he says, there were 20 guys with you. And Elijah says, what are you talking about? I'm by myself. And then he says 10, and then he says 11, then he says 5, then he says it was one guy with him and stuff like this. And it's just like, this dude should not be a doctor. I agree. Sorry, Malik's parents. If he's this terrible, like if right after he says, look, it's 1 minute walk, then right after he says it's a 3 minute walk, dude, you trying to defend the Trinity or something, man?
A 3 minute walk, my guy.
3 minutes.
You guys, you see the filthiness? The filthiness of these guys, the setup from the start. It's one big chase. One big chase.
Hey, what a liar. Hey, Malik, show us the conference. Show us that. I invite you to come to this conference. Or this would be lies number 487.
Remember, we saw multiple clips of him admitting he was not.
You see what they're doing? He wasn't invited. He was invited. They're trying to make it good for the police. It doesn't matter. I was invited or not. I wasn't inside the church.
Malik, we're not criticizing you for not being inside the church. We're criticizing you for acting like you're trying to debate IP and God logic, and you show up to a pier after they're there all day. You show up after you know they're gone, and then you tell people, I can't go to the church, and then they like make fun of you into going. And then you go and you like walk around from like half a mile away, and you're like, where are they? They're at a conference. That's what they're at. Avery's in there speaking. He's giving a presentation inside. And you're like, where are they at? Oh yeah. What? And you acting like you're pulling up. I'm pulling up on him. And then one guy walks up to you and you become, you bolt down the street like the biggest coward ever. And you start telling him to walk and find you as you play hide and seek with your car and to come out and go around the corner and find you and stuff. He's like, well, I'm not chasing you. What the heck is wrong with you? And then running, oh yeah, they were coming after me, so I'm calling up all my boys, and there are 30 guys, and oh yeah, now we need to do something to this church.
Mm-hmm. And he says, you see the game? They're trying to make me chase them. No one even knows he's there, right? No one is even outside.
Who has any clue you're there, dude?
Chased by making me park way down the street and walk up to them. And then he keeps skipping ahead. But you can see that he's now walked to where he claimed the church was, and the church is still not in sight.
I still have no clue where he is. And again, I've been to that church. I spoke at that church last year.
I wasn't inside the church.
Or?
We know.
Yeah, no one's accusing you of being inside the church, you giant moron. We're making fun of you for pretending that you pulled up on the church and everyone is coming out to get you and simultaneously, but everyone is scared of you and you're a joke, dude. I mean, everyone, again, just imagine I was like, yeah, I'm going to pull up on this mosque. And I park half a mile away and I walk a little bit towards it and stuff. And I get my car and I start driving back and forth with my camera. And then, I'm live on TikTok and one guy walks out and I just run. Like the biggest coward ever. And I say, you see, I pulled up on this church. Everyone's scared of me. You would think I'm the biggest joke in the world, right? Right, Muslims? All right, Malik, that's what we think of you. That's what we're not saying, but he's in the church. No one's saying you're in the church, dude. You don't need to defend that point.
Well, and he's getting really mad about it. And it's because what he's really mad about is that the police were called on him and he ruined his squeaky clean record of never being pulled over by the cops, I think, is what he's so upset about. But I just have to keep pointing this out. This is Malik telling the story, predetermined what he wanted to show the audience. And if I have to keep telling you because you're going to think that I like edited this to make him look bad or something. He looked better in our live stream covering the events than in his own live stream covering the events. That's how incompetent he is.
This is really, 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 really bad, man.
And then let's go back to Cora now. Let's go back now to where everybody's kind of saw everything. Now I want to show you on the official recording what happened, not the one they chopped up. Okay? Because these guys are cowards. They're lying and they're clipping things out just to look cool. Here.
Okay, so that part was the full clip. This was the part that they don't want you to see. Either way, both times he's basically saying that they won't show you this part. This time it actually isn't going to be our live stream, but I'm pretty sure we showed the same clip that he's going to say that we don't want anyone to see. But just in case, here you go. Here's Malik showing a portion of his live that has been uploaded to YouTube that he thinks you don't want to see. He said, yeah, they chop it up, and watch just how many times he skips ahead parts he doesn't want you to see.
Now watch. This is the parts they don't want you to see. They don't want you to see the original clip. Nobody's here at the front. Watch. Oh, they sent security to the front. Oh, they got security right there at the front. Wallahi. Stop. Wait. So guys, I'm driving. I pull by and there's security at the front.
Okay.
There's security at the front. I'm pulling by.
No way.
Okay, so don't know what we're about to see here. Given people who make threats against Christian conferences, conferences usually have security nowadays, so that is not weird. If you have a Christian conference, it is not weird to have security anymore. Lots of churches nowadays have security, just because there are attacks on churches and so on. So I don't know why you'd be saying, oh my goodness, there's security. So that's one thing. But two, when you actually show a guy and call him security, it's a random guy walking down the street like, you're security. And he's like, what are you talking about, man? You're like, well, when you pull it up, you start running your mouth at some random guy walking down the street. And then eventually it's one guy who walks up, Elijah, you run and say it's 30 of them. We don't believe anything you say, dude. We don't believe anything you say.
You may have just foreshadowed the clip.
What's up?
You may have just foreshadowed the clip.
Okay, so
but his evidence is that he on his own live stream said that there's security there, and that's what we don't.
So he doesn't actually show the security, right?
No.
Okay, so here's the issue, Malik. You say there's security, right? The only time you actually film someone and say, here's security, it's one random pedestrian walking down the street who looks at you suspiciously because you keep driving back and forth with your camera, right? Okay. Then, on top of that, you see one guy walking towards you and you say it's 30 people with him, and yet you actually recorded him. Okay, if you look at one guy and you say it's 30, even though you accidentally recorded it, because keep in mind, if you hadn't recorded it, you could have said anything. You could have said it was 10,000 people coming at you, and they're all coming to get you. But you actually recorded the guy. He was by himself, and you said it was him and 30 others coming at you. Okay, if that's how you talk, then when you're not showing it on the camera, we can't believe anything you say. I see security. It would make perfect sense as there's security, but I don't even believe you that you saw security at this point.
Yeah, so go ahead and rewind it. And let's just let it play this time. But he says he sees security, then suddenly the number changes, and then we'll see what actually he sees.
All right.
Now watch. This is the parts they don't want you to see. They don't want you to see the original clip. Nobody's here at the front. Watch. Oh, they sent security to the front. Oh, they got security right there at the front. Wallahi. Stop. Wait. So guys, I'm driving. I pull by and there's security at the front.
You say.
There's security at the front. I'm pulling by.
Why aren't you recording? You record other things. You record Elijah. You recorded a random guy. Why don't you record security? Do you not have a camera? Oh, wait, it's filming you. So it's right there. You have a camera in your hand. All you have to do is go, there's security. Look, but you're saying it. Why?
Way.
Yeah. Oh, they got 4 security.
Oh, 4.
Oh, they got 2 more.
Two more.
Wallahi, they sent security out.
1,000.
Wallahi, I just seen security. 2 bold niggas. They were hey. Okay. Know this. There was two bold guys. And
keep in mind, now he's describing everything. There were 2 bald guys and 10 ninjas and 50 Navy SEALs and Green Berets, and then they brought Delta Force. Dude, you have a camera in your hand.
So there was one, and then there was four, and then there's two more. Now Malik telling it again after just listening to himself says there was two.
There's another 4 on the other side.
Oh, they're on the other side. Okay.
All right, guys. We got freaking booped on the other account. Let's just keep going. Guys, let's keep watching.
I
Pay
wonder why he
attention.
may have gotten a ban there because he just played his own clip of himself talking back, and he said something that TikTok doesn't like very much.
Hey, should I bust a U-turn and talk to him?
Yeah, talk to him real quick.
Guys, I'm going to show you that these guys call security.
Okay, he's going to show us. That's good.
Okay, so now I'm telling them, bust a U-turn real quick. Now I'm telling them, let's bust a U-turn. I'm telling them, let me bust a U-turn. Let me go.
Who are you talking to? Your phone? You're talking to people on TikTok?
Keep the security.
Right? Look, I just saw 4 security guards outside. I thought those were people. Here, let me bust a U-turn. I'm going to show you real quick.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, watch. And then guys, when we do that, then guys, don't ever say I didn't pull up. Don't say I didn't pull up because they called security right now. Watch.
Guys, keep in mind, he's in his car down the street and he's saying, don't say I didn't pull up. Again, guys, if I drove by a mosque and I said, oh, look, way off in the distance, there's security over there. That's what you call pulling up? If that's the case, I mean, I pull up on mosques every time I drive by one. Every time I'm driving down the street and I pass by a mosque, I pulled up on them because I drove by it.
I just seen it. This is why, Issa, I have that 6th sense. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
I have the 6th sense. Look, they're right there.
What is why he has a 6th sense?
Because he knew there was security. So the sentence is literally incoherent. It literally doesn't make any sense. And this is actually going to come up here very shortly for reasons that I'll wait till we get to explain. But he's saying, yeah, that's why I got it. Because I knew they'd have security, which you can't have special ability because they have security, right? The sentence is incoherent. As I'm pretty because I actually, unfortunately, know how Malik talks. He is actually intending to say that he has 6th sense, right? That he has this special ability to detect these things. But the sentence as stated is incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. So then he continues, and he's about to show us the security, guys. He's about to show us the security.
Yeah, so guys, keep in mind, he's saying there's all this security. There's 2, then there's 4 more, and then there's this, and then there's that. There's all this security. So finally, he's going to show the video proof.
Hold on, bro. You can hear it. Look who speaks to who first. Guys, listen to the voice. Do I talk to him first, or does he talk to me? Who talks to who first?
Oh my God.
Look, listen. Yeah. How's it going, bro? You good? Yes, sir. You security? Look, he said, look. He says, Issa says, yeah. He said, what's up, bro? I said, what's up? Are you security? Know this. Look at where he's at. Look at where he's at, bro. I already marked him. I already see him from the start. Look. He's just hanging around outside. Look, he's just hanging around outside. Pedestrian in an empty space.
So what was that supposed to prove?
That's the security. So that is the pedestrian, right? That's the pedestrian that he ended up encountering. But he also plays it, says, look, he talked to me first. And you hear Malik say, hey, what's going on? And the guy says, hey, what's going on? And then Malik says, are you security? So Malik actually talks to him first. Not that it's a crime or even aggressive to say, hey, how you doing? But he keeps playing it over and over again. I only put in one. But he plays it back like 4 or 5 times trying to convince his audience that that guy said hi before Malik said hi. Therefore, he's this aggressive security guard that's out to get him. And yes, this comment, we'll just save that. It's going to be here in just a second.
Okay, yeah, I heard that as well. So I've basically heard Couple things. So, and one, it could just be that he's threatened to kill people at conferences before, and then he's driving back and forth in front of the conference. So I was thinking this could have just been someone who was watching his live stream, and it's like, this guy's going back and forth in front of a church, and this guy's threatened to kill people at conferences before. I'm calling the police. So that's one thing. And I said that specifically because when he doxed my wife, I was out of the state. When he doxed my wife, police showed up. Police showed up afterwards because someone who was watching called the cops and said, hey, he just doxed this person in the middle of the night. You need to send police out there to make sure everything's okay. Right? So that is something people are doing. So there's that. And then, and then I heard someone heard something and then thought he was armed or something like that. And then I heard this SIG set thing, which refers to like a gun sight or something like that. And so they thought he wasn't, they think they hear SIG set when he might have been saying Sixth Sense or something like that. So anyway, those things I've heard, but I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we have all that evidence in a little bit here when Malik goes off about prove that I had a gun, right? Prove that I had, or that I ever said that I had a gun. I put it there rather than right here, but it is that clip that we just watched that is potentially in dispute there as to what Malik said. And it is incoherent. He says, that's why I got and he doesn't say 6 cent because he never enunciates anything properly. So you could easily hear it as something else.
Because I know you looking for trouble. You was set outside. So I already seen it. That's one. So while I'm talking to this little...
Keep in mind, guys, think about what he just said. I know you're looking for trouble because you're security and you stepped outside. Okay, this guy's just walking down the street. But suppose security steps outside. When someone is live on TikTok driving back and forth in front of a church and that someone has threatened to kill people at conferences before. Is security unreasonable or insane or mean for stepping outside and seeing what you're doing? Look, this guy's nuts, man. Malik is nuts.
You said what you're doing here.
So in the previous clip, that was the 6 security guards. Right, this guy is the 6 security guards that Malik saw. He did a U-turn, goes back, and then films this guy.
That's his proof, right?
I got him.
I'm going to show the 6 guy.
And so then Malik says to him, hey, what's up? And the guy responds, what's up? And then he says, he talked first. And then then his camera pans over after he's already got the guy's attention. And the guy is looking at him. See, he's just standing there looking at me. He wasn't walking down the street.
That's exactly what I would do if I was walking down the street and someone starts looking at me and running his mouth and stuff. I'd be like, what? Yep. What's going on there? And so,
exactly.
Yeah, his big evidence of all these people coming at him, he says 6 security guards and this and that, and then he finds one guy who is just looking at him because he's behaving really weird. And then you have Elijah who goes to walk up to him, but as Elijah's stepping out and walking across the street, he pulls up his pants a little bit, and that, according to these guys, is like the sign that you're coming to kill him or something like that. And that's all their evidence. Here's a guy, and there was another guy, and that's their evidence that it was 6 security guards and then 30 people with Elijah.
Nobody run you over.
Look. First off, look how he's inching closer with his hands in his pockets.
Hands in his pockets. The least confrontational approach. It's different if you have like your hand behind your back or somewhere you could be pulling out a gun. He clearly is not holding a gun or anything. He's got his hands in his pocket.
Chat, think about it. Somebody inching closer to your car with their hands in their pockets, right?
Because you're running your mouth
I'm like,
at him,
okay,
you idiot.
This could be a problem right here. But he's like 5.
By the way, that's exactly what I would do. If someone pulls a car over and they start talking to me out their window, I'd probably come a little closer like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
What the heck are you? Oh, you thief, coming to kill me, you thief. It's 6 of them.
Like 5'6". I'm like, this guy ain't going to do nothing. Out the corner of my
He's giving you...
eye, look, out the corner of my eye, I see Elijah running over. Know this guy's fast pace. Running over.
No, I ain't running. Nobody running over.
People.
Running over.
You're talking to me like you want to do something.
Look at him. Yeah, you look like you want to do something, G. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Shut
trying
up.
to do something.
Now,
And keep in mind, Malik's story is that there were 30 people with Elijah. You see Elijah right there? We don't see them on this side, but maybe on the other side of the camera, there's, maybe on the other side of Elijah, there's these 30 people.
Elijah runs over. Pulls his pants up. Hold on. Pulls his pants up, got his hands moving around. I'm thinking like, is this guy going to pull? Is this guy pulling something? Like I'm up in the moment.
Yeah.
Right? So his hands are in his pockets. His hands are in his pockets.
Yeah, just imagine all these guys walking around, their hands in their pockets, man. That's the universal sign of people trying to kill you, man. Hands in their pockets.
In his pants up. He said he was sagging. My guy, what do you mean I'm sagging?
Nobody run you over.
You're at the church, my guy. What do you mean? You're sagging for Christ? What do you mean I'm sagging? I'm sagging for Jesus? Who are you sagging for?
This guy's so stupid. That's his
Oh,
proof that he was aggressive, right? Is that he could have his pants could have been sagging because that means he would be sagging for Jesus.
Couldn't be sagging because that would mean he's sagging for Jesus. Yep. So there's no way this guy was sagging. In other words, guys, your pants sagging a little bit. You're walking across the street. You pull them up a little bit. You're being recorded. You pull them up a little bit. Nope. This is him coming at me, man. This is coming at me. That's why he had to bolt down the road. Problem is he was recording. There was no one there except Elijah. And he goes down the road. There's 30 of them. There's 30 of them with him. There's 30. And then later he has to say there are 30 of them, but they're all hiding. Because he realized people had watched it and it was like, where? 30 what? 30 what? Where? Where are 30 people? There were 30 people hiding, guys, and he somehow knew about it by his sixth sense.
Everybody outside of the yo, Elijah Johnson pull up on me. All right,
Exactly.
yo, they got like 20 deep right there. I ain't gonna lie.
I
can't breathe, bro. Yo, they got 20 of them behind them. I ain't gonna lie. You guys seen it though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold
Yeah, we saw it. We saw 20 invisible guys behind him. Keep in mind, guys, that's 20. That's after he said 30.
Hold on. So they're saying, oh, Malik didn't have the numbers. First he said it was 6, then he said it was 5, then he said it was 30, then he said it was 20. Brother.
So first you said 30, then you said 20, then you said 10, then 11, then 7. I think there was 8. And then eventually it was just Elijah and another guy.
You got to understand, these guys are in.
Well, he said, I guess in fairness, he did say there was 4 and then 2 more security guards. So he did, in a sense, say 6 first, even though we didn't consider that part of it.
Oh, okay.
Since it's supposed to be the people with Elijah. But yeah, 30, then 20, and then many other numbers. And then it eventually got back to 4 plus 2. He just can't keep it straight, but he's going to clear it up. He's going to clear it up, guys.
Okay. All right. We got it.
Inside the parking lot waiting. I can see them. As I drive by, a crowd is forming at the front of the church.
And by the way, then Elijah comes on there and he's like, I'm out here by myself, man. There's a crowd. There's a crowd.
These 2 are the only ones that come out of the church, right? At the moment. But there's more inside the church that are looming towards the front. And behind them,
they're inside the church looming? That's where they were hiding? Wait a minute. Malik, is your story that one guy came out, but the 30 guys you say were with him that you eventually said are hiding, now you're saying they're looming inside the church? So the 30 people who are hiding, they're hiding inside the church?
That's his explanation.
So Sam Shamoun's buddy now. You're stuck with him, Sam. You're stuck with him, man. Better you than anyone else, man. You guys belong together.
more. So I'm like doing a holistic count. But I don't know who's there for me, who's just wandering in the parking lot.
And right there, he got a second ban.
Wow. This guy gets...
This time I don't know why, but...
That's crazy. This guy gets banned every couple minutes. Guys, these are TikTok bans. These are TikTok bans. He is live streaming and then he gets banned, and so he'll go live on a different account and stuff, and he just keeps rotating through his millions of accounts.
Come back. The other account is going to take forever to get back up.
Sad.
And I lost
So
Libyan
we've
Lion.
lost the video now.
This is not even the main live. The main live is when we get the 911 call. For right now, it's just this is what's going on. So anyway, guys, as you can see from that clip, the guy is waiting outside. Like, he been waiting outside, right? So I peeped this stuff. Elijah pull up. I'm busting a U-turn around the corner, right? And then Elijah comes onto the live, right? Elijah pulls up to the live.
You say a U-turn around the corner? You mean
Well, I can't keep it straight because
you mean you're turning
that was
around
totally
the corner?
wrong order of events. It was a totally wrong order of events in any case because he drove by, then he did a U-turn, then he confronted the pedestrian, then Elijah pulled up, but he said all those things happened before he did the U-turn. So, you know, he can't even keep the order of events straight.
What a dork.
And I'm like, okay. He said, I don't want to fight you. I don't want to do this. You could see in the clip, I literally tell him, hey, turn around. I'm right behind you. And he stays walking inside. By this time, he got 5 or 6 people outside with him.
You remember any of that?
Well, I mean, he's a mile down the street. He's like, well, but by this time, I told him to come down the street, but he went back into the church instead. But he had 5 guys with him. Trust me.
Yeah, we trust you, man. Whatever you say. If we see 1 and you see 30, it must be 30, man, because we trust you.
So I'm cool. Like, it's one person. There was always going to be many people. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the energy. The energy just felt like Logic and IP was never going to come out. And that they had sent these B reserve. They sent the reserve team outside.
Actually, Avery was inside speaking, giving a presentation, and someone told Elijah that Malik is on TikTok and he's somewhere outside the church. And then Elijah went out and had to find him. And then he found him, and Malik ran down the street and goes around the corner and says, yeah, I'm going around the corner, and keeps saying that it was 30 people rolling up on him.
But the problem's the energy, David. He
felt the energy. He felt the energy of 30 people. He felt just like Muhammad felt the energy of 30 people. He felt the energy of 30 people.
Yeah. It wasn't that he was afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid. He just felt the energy and just knew that from his 10 minutes outside of his car, where he barely was in front of the church for maybe like 30 seconds, because he had walked way down the street and then had to walk back to his car during those 10 minutes, that there was no way that Logic was going to come out. He just wasn't going to do it. So he just, it was just pointless waiting. So that's what the problem was, that he felt the energy. No one was going to come out. So then he went back in his car and circled the church 20 times and confronted a pedestrian. And
yeah, but I mean, think about this, Thaddeus. Think about this. So he's sitting there, 30 people. That's why I had to run. Okay, one, there weren't 30 people there. There was one person who was walking out, and you called it 30, and you ran, and somehow it makes sense to run in your mind. Okay, so hypothetically, suppose someone informs God Logic while he's speaking. So God Logic's in there giving a presentation on the Trinity and so on. He's breaking it down. Someone says, oh my goodness, Malik is outside. He's live. He wants to debate. Okay, suppose Avery says, you know what? Who cares that we have this conference and this schedule? Who cares about that? I'm going to go debate him. How many people do you think would go out to watch God Logic debate Malik on the street? I estimate the entire 200 group of people who were there would want to go out and watch this. Would Malik do that? He would have ran. He would have ran as soon as he saw anyone walking outside. So there was actually no actual way to do this. There's no way to do it. Right?
That's
Even
true.
if Elijah had been walking out of the church to invite him in and say, come on in, man, Malik was gone, because in his mind, it's 30 people rolling up on him. This dude, he's like, I want to say like a roach, because sometimes they scatter, but sometimes they like freeze and stuff like that and think you can't see them if they freeze or something like that. But I'm trying to think he's like a deer, right? He's like a deer. If you're walking through the woods and there's a deer, they just bolt. If they hear a noise, they bolt. They'll freeze in headlights, but they hear a noise, they bolt. He's like that. I'm trying to think what's a good animal that just bolts the split second it hears a noise. That's what he seems like to me. Anyway.
To play games. And then I saw somebody out the corner of my eye, like going on the phone calling, which I don't know if they were calling the cops or what they were calling, but I in my head, it was like, oh, somebody going to call the cops on me right now. I just feel it. Right? So I tell Elijah, look, come down the street a little bit. Let's talk. He said, I don't want to come down the street. I said, bro.
You said you got to go down the street and go around the corner and find him. He's got to go down the. Who wants to do that, man? Who wants to play hide and seek? There's a million spots right in front of the church. There's one guy standing out there. You won't go near him, and you say you have to. He has to go down around the street. He has to go down the street and find you and go around the corner and all this. Who wants to do that, man? He showed up to a Christian conference because he wants to be at the conference. He goes out to see you and you run. And then you say he's supposed to chase you all over who knows where. What level of stupid are you that you think, oh, yeah, he's got a problem because he didn't want to chase me around the corner and go all over the place until he found me.
And as Malik's own clip showed, he could have pulled over right where he was and got out of his car there and had a conversation with Elijah there. But instead, he drives way down the street and then demands Elijah come down the street to find him.
Just come to where I was parked. Remember when I showed you?
You could have parked right in front of him. You were in a car and there was tons of parking spaces. Come to where I'm parked. Why would you park half a mile away?
Guys, where I parked, just come over here real quick.
Come over
Let's
here.
talk.
Come over here real quick. Well, I just came up to you and you ran. I just came up to you by myself and you ran. And you drive half a mile away, and then you say, "Why don't you just come over here?" And now he's still doing it. Well, why don't you just come over here? Well, I told him, "Why don't you just come?" I would. Who wants to follow you, man? Unless Elijah just wants a bunch of exercise. Yeah, I'll just go follow this dude, get my nightly exercise, man. Come on, dude.
No.
Remember what he said at the start, that it was a setup, that we wanted him to chase us around all night. And the only person moving around is him.
So I'm like, okay. So they wanted, what they were trying to do was get me to get up out the car, start swinging on them, and then we would have caused a scene, bada boom, bada bing, put them in the mix, right?
No one wanted you to fight.
No one, and you wouldn't, because you're a pathetic little coward. But guess what? No one's going to swing on you, man. They'd have just humiliated and embarrassed you for being a total loser.
Right? Don't have nobody. Don't do none of that, Elijah. If I catch you, you're a little dweeb. I've known you for 4 years on this app. You're a dweeb. You're 5'4". You're a punk. If I got out the car right then and there, I was 6'1".
This what you get,
right?
man?
I would have buried you, bro.
No, you're threatening this dude, man.
I would have buried you. But my thing is that I was looking at the bigger picture, right? Because I'm just looking at it like, hold on. What's going on here? Like, this guy's claiming to be a pedestrian. Don't run me over. This is that. Like, the feeling, the vibe was off. And if the vibe's off, then I got to take control of the situation. How do you take control? Hey, bro, just walk down the street a little bit with me. Isolate. You got to isolate these sheep. This is how you do it with these brides of Christ. You isolate them.
He was already isolated, you chronic liar. We have video footage from your camera on your TikTok live stream that he was completely alone and by himself. And the people you say were with him and hiding were in the church, according to you. And so you got to isolate him from being anywhere near the church. Okay, then you're not trying to, don't act like you're trying to pull up on God logic and IP and stuff. You won't go near any Christians. And if one guy shows up, you have to run down the street and then get one guy to start following you around. But even when you're still complaining about him just because he walked up to you. What if he had gone down the street to talk to you? Oh my goodness, he's coming at me to kill me. I have to. What a dork.
Notice how pathetic this is, because he has two simultaneous contradictory lies that he's trying to maintain, that they're coming after him and that he wants to fight them, but that Malik wants to fight the Christians, but the Christians are running away from him.
Yeah. And
because he has to maintain those two simultaneous lies, he's saying the most ridiculous things imaginable. Yeah, I wanted to fight him. I was ready to go. But I had to keep the big picture in mind. That they were trying to get me to fight him. Yeah, they were trying to get me to fight him. That's why I went fight him, because they were trying to get it. But I wanted to fight him. I really did, guys. It's just so ridiculously stupid, because it's obvious what really happened. Malik got goaded into doing something he was afraid to do by his chat. Because they were calling him a coward.
Because they're saying he's a little punk. It was basically obvious, right? Like, I didn't see the chat, but I guarantee they were like, dude, you show up after you know they're gone and then you act like you're looking for them. Come on, man. And they're like, go to this. You know where they're at. Go there. And he's like, I drive down. Oh, well, look, here's me outside the car. The church is way down there. It's that little dot. Way down there. But I'll drive by. A Christian. finished it. I got to run. Oh my goodness, there were 30 of them. He looks like the biggest coward in the history of cowards.
Mm-hmm. But don't worry. He's going to find Elijah and he's going to bury him. He's going to beat him up because the energy just wasn't right that day, right? And then he gives this little story about trying to isolate him, which you already pointed out he was isolated. But that doesn't look good, Malik. You're saying I was trying to get him in a position where I could, run him over or sucker punch him or whatever. When the police see that, they're not going to be like, oh, look, he's a tough gangster. He did what he had to do. They're going to be like, this guy was trying to get someone killed, just like he threatened he was going to do. Real genius, Malik here. Real genius.
1 second. Got to try and find this. We got the rare Sam fan. Sam sending over his little fanboys. Where'd it go? He was actually asking me something because he's absolutely clueless. Where'd it go? It's a new problem when they updated Ecamm. Now, when you scroll, as you're trying to scroll through the comment, as you're trying to click on a comment, it's also like simultaneously scrolling through them as people are posting new comments. So you can't. They made it way more difficult to actually click on anything. I need to message them and tell them to quit screwing up the freaking system. Let's see. I knew I saw it. I guess I could just search for it on my regular computer and then just find it. Dang it, it didn't seem like it was this far back, and yet, here we go, hang on. As soon as I go to click on it, it's gone, man. People post comments too fast. Like Ecamm has a serious problem. This would work if you have like 10 people watching or something like that. If you have a bunch of people posting comments, like how do you click on a comment when they're scrolling like 1,000 miles an hour? I mean, I could just look it up and then read it, but I'd rather put it up on the screen to seriously make fun of it because every single one of Sam's fans say like the dumbest things. 1 second. All right, I found one, but it wasn't the one I was looking for, so maybe it was right before that. Come on, baby. Don't move too fast. Don't move too fast. All right, I'm going to try for about 10 more seconds, and then we'll just go back to watching the video. Hey, AAB or whatever your name, post your stupid question over again. Post your stupid question again.
I thought you might be talking about that guy. I actually didn't see his question to you, but he was like saying some really nasty stuff about me. I was just ignoring him. But
yeah, he was saying something along the lines of like, "What does Sam have to do?" Gosh, as soon as I saw a comment by him again, it's gone, man. I don't even know what to do. Ecamm's system here is basically useless because you can't click on stuff fast enough because it's scrolling too fast. Hey, what was his name?
AABHO. Okay, so it's like just a bunch of random letters.
Hey, AAB Ho 3 KM. Hey, Ho 3 KM. Okay, here's a comment by him. Good dog, keep being David's lap dog, reason answers. As a 50-year-old, you're just a drama queen. You teach zero scripture. This sounds exactly like Sam. So either this is just an extra Sam account, or it's someone who's been watching Sam for so long that even talks like Sam. So, hey, AAB, post that question. You're like, what does this have to do with Sam? Go ahead, post it again. AAB, come on. You're in the chat. You're trying to get attention, and so now I'm giving you attention. What legitimate objections do you have to anything? Come on.
So I clicked on it. His channel name is A_AB. He joined in 2020, so I guess it's not just a newly created alias of Sam.
John Beaver said instead of using the scroll wheel, drag the scroll bar. No, that's not what's on Ecamm. There is no. Let me see. Oh, actually. Oh, hey, that might work better. That might work better. I don't know. No, you can actually.
It might be
click
too
on
old.
it.
No.
Huh?
I say it might be too old now to even go back. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, but that might actually work. Let me see if it's over here. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's still because like because there's so many. It has all the comments on there. So with even the slightest movement, you go through like a ton of them. So yeah, I think I just have to. I think Ecamm. Most people who use Ecamm is probably like like kind of small groups and stuff like that, chatting or something like that, and maybe not.
There's no filter function, I take it, because
I can search for something. Oh wait, I can search for him. Hey AAB, where you at, man? You wanted attention. We're giving you attention.
So while you're looking for that exact comment, I'll just say that okay, you found it. Never mind.
Oh yeah, hang on. Look at this. Look at this. You guys obsessed with Sam Shamoun fan behavior. You hear this? This guy posts about us multiple times a day. The moment we respond, oh my goodness, why are you obsessed with Sam? Hang on, let's go ahead and check this out. Let's go ahead and check this out. Ready? Hang on. Look at this. Let me go over. Look at this. All right, guys. Hey, we're obsessed with Sam, this fan behavior. So check out Sam's. This is Sam's post page on his YouTube channel. Look at this. So watch this video of an Israeli blaspheming the Lord. I'm the one who constantly talks about Israel, right? And look, so he sits here. Now, and you tell me these are the chosen people. Now let's see if Deborah Woodstein, that's me, an adulterous prophet, will do another 50-hour live stream defaming those exposed their beloved Israeli masters. Let's see, when is this? 1 day ago, right? Hey, you got this? AAB, ho, 3, come. 1 day ago, right? Got that? All right, that's 1 day ago. A posting about us, and look what he's got here. He's got me, and I'm apparently Groot, which is weird. L pointed it out. Like, Groot is the guy who's like a genius, evil mastermind, but becomes good, right? Isn't that what he is? So I'm Groot in Sam's mind. That's awesome. David's secret agents. Okay, so we got this. My apologies to folks for all these posts, but someone has to expose the Christian persecution by Israelis. And who's he got? Us again, right? Look, this is 1 day ago. Okay, noticing a pattern? This is 1 day ago and 1 day ago. What do we have here? Isn't it sad that even the NYP has reported, New York Post has reported on the violent assaults on the nun by an Israeli, but not a peep from the two Christian Zionist apologetics roadshow, Deborah Woodstein, and apostate prophet, adulterous prophet. They're too busy talking, they're too bust talking about the Dawa. Who knows what else, right? When is this? Oh, a day ago. What do we have here? Like I said, nothing to see here, folks. You see the picture on the nun's face, blah, 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 blah. Don't know if he mentions in this there, but it wouldn't be surprising. Nothing to see here, folks. Apologetics Roadshow, a.k.a. David Woodstein's and apostate prophet, a.k.a. adulterous prophet, beloved IDF demolish a historic monastery. When's this? A day ago. Here are a few more articles. Oh, he's talking about something else. I don't even want to click on it because
oh my gosh, something else.
Yeah, something else. Anyway, so notice, guys. Hey, look! Wow, something else there as well. Watch this to see what your allies do to your brothers and sisters, Christian Zionists. Here are the folks that David Woodstein, a.k.a. Apologetics Roadshow, and adulterous prophet, a.k.a. apostate prophet, are defending like two Zionist dogs. When is this? 1 day ago. Guys, this is all from the same day. It's post after post after post.
2 days ago, yeah.
It's post after post after post after post after post. Oh, look at this. Hey, here's 2 days ago. Oh, look, doing the same thing. Well, the two Zionist pigs apologetics roadshow, a.k.a. David Woodstein. So this is what he's doing in his post. He's the same way in his live streams, talks about us. His idiot fans come over here. David, when are you going to face Sam? Why aren't you responding to Sam? Finally, we say, okay, we'll respond to something. And then you guys obsessed with Sam Shamoun, fan behavior. Ha, ha, ha. Do you have any clue how stupid you sound, man? Like, seriously? And then, what does Sam have to do with any of this? Lol, he hasn't said a word about this. David. all he does is message is post about us all day, guys. And you can check out his X page. His X page is exactly the same. David Wood, AP, David Wood, AP, David Wood, AP. Hey, Thaddeus, AP, David Wood, AP, David Wood.
Mhm.
What does he have with this? Well, you see, Sam and Malik got a little thing going on, right? They got a little thing going on. And Sam's like, hey, Malik, don't worry. I'll take care of David and AP. I'll escalate against them, which you see him doing, right? Because Malik said it. Malik told us, right? Well, he told his viewers that Sam told him, hey, don't worry about David. I'll go after David. Now you can focus on other things. So him going out and focusing on IP and God logic, that's exactly what's supposed to be going on. What's Sam got to do with this? What's Sam got to do with it? Dude, you're in a cult. You're in a cult. Get out of the cult. If you're in a cult, get out of the freaking cult. What's wrong with you, man?
And it's weird. These guys keep popping up, and they keep attacking me, right? They just keep coming to the chat. They're like, get a job, Thaddeus. And why are you a loser making all these clips and all these things? It's very strange that for some reason they're all obsessed over me. And I have to think that they are coming from Sam, because Malik usually doesn't care about me. He usually only cares about you. I think that Sam is still butthurt that I did 5 live streams and videos on him in the fall, exposing him as a false teacher who is working for Satan to undermine the church. And all his fans are still butthurt about this, even though I haven't mentioned Sam all this time until Sam brought it back up. Weird.
That is some seriously weird stuff, man. Super weird stuff. Man, I need to cleanse my mind for a second from all of this nonsense. Gosh, I mean, notice, like every one of the guys who comes to defend Sam, keep in mind, you can be intelligent and understand that Sam has issues and still be like, I'm going to follow him to learn some stuff anyway. But you're probably not the sort of guy who'd be running around like obsessed with defending him and so on. The people who show up to defend him constantly are like the absolute dumbest, most brainwashed people on the planet. Let's see. Good dog, keep being David's lapdog. He's still posting the same thing. As a 50-year-old, you're just drama queen. It is weird seeing the people who say, because you said they're like, get a job. What do you mean? Thaddeus had an awesome job and got fired for criticizing Islam. He actually got on their radar and they went after him.
Mm-hmm.
David, all Sam did was throw a bunch of insults at you and beat his wife. What's wrong with that?
That's good.
Well, guys, it was like, yeah. It was like 10,000 times more than that. That's right. It was like 10,000 more times more than that. And it was never about throwing insults at me. It was about the way he was talking to everyone else. But that was in addition to everything else from year after year after year. And basically the main thing was just, you could do all sorts of messed up stuff. If you actually repent and change, I think you can move on and move forward. With Sam, it's just every single year he got worse. Every single year he got worse. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what do you do with that? Hey, look at this. Why are you so obsessed with Israel and Zionism? Can't even tell who it's directed to because Gaia. And you can't even tell who's trolling and who's not nowadays because
I know
because
it's so difficult.
Yeah, the people who are just making fun, of how dumb these guys sound, but that's exactly how they sound when they're serious, and so it's just wild, wild stuff. Let's see. But Sam is just so good with his scripture recall. David, how can you be so mean? That is what they sound like. Oh, boy. All right, guys. Let's
So someone reminded me of this. I had already forgotten. That's how little I care. But Sam got a video taken down roughly a week ago. And he said he said that you said all your minions to get it. And he said that I personally reported it. I had no idea this video even existed. But because he was whining and crying about it and someone told me that he blamed me, I found it on Rumble. Well, I didn't have to try very hard. He posted a link saying, here's the video that Thaddeus got taken down. You can find it on Rumble. So I went over there, and he was making all kinds of incredibly vile comments about me, all kinds of claims about my gay sex life and such. And so YouTube took it down for that reason, but it was me who reported it. It got taken it down, not him violating YouTube's hate speech policies.
Yeah, and isn't that like 95 to 99% of the time YouTube's bots that are looking for you hearing like gay slurs and stuff like that, and then it takes your stuff down? But it's got to be Thaddeus. Got to be Thaddeus. What a coward, man! What an absolute coward. And liar. Dude's a total liar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it wasn't remotely true. He was just saying it. I think he got it from Malik, to be honest, because Malik started saying that I was gay first.
Yeah.
And because he posted pictures of my wife, which he said was so ugly that I must be gay, basically. And thus, as a result, Sam is now saying that I'm gay.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, now that YouTube is like they seem to be dialing up their use of AI to take down stuff, because I've seen tons of people complaining. But if Sam wants to continue, he seriously needs to just delete all his stuff, because it's a matter of time for AI just goes through and hears all the stuff he's saying and talking about raping people's mothers and all this stuff, and just, nope, channel's coming down. Let's take these super chats, since it's much better than Malik or Sam's fans. I don't know who's worse, Malik or Sam's fans, man. Sam's fans, because both they claim to be Christians. How about the Islamic dilemma according to D. Wood? We got the suggested book titles. The Sacred Impasse, Navigating the Modern Islamic Dilemma by Dr. D. Wood. That's not bad. Even a psychopath adjusts and lives with family. What is this Q-tip so angry about? Good grief. This is from earlier, not sure what you're referring to. Ah, yes, the Sam deep cut. Oh, okay, maybe it was about Sam. We played that. Title, The Islamic Dilemma, A Psychopath's Guide. That's good. Book name, Islamic Dilemma for Dummies. Sam is vile. Sam is right about everything. I think King Salami posted that while the video was playing, so that's funny. Wow, this Sam Shamoun guy is a loon. Insulting someone's mother is just evil. If the spirit lived in his heart, he wouldn't berate people like that. I had no idea Sam was this bad. Sorry for you guys. Now you know what we've been dealing with for years. Ephesians 4:29 was pointed out to me for my mouth. Yeah, if you point it out to Sam, rules don't apply to him. I'm living alone 18 years because my behavior is 10% of Sam. His behavior is 10% as bad as Sam, and he's been living alone for 18 years. Sam insulting folks on loop is like white noise. Yeah. Please stop. I feel Jesus doesn't approve of even hearing this. Hey, got exposed darkness. If this is what Sam says live, imagine what he says privately. Absolutely degenerate. Yeah, that's what he says on camera. Sam needs to meditate on Ephesians 4:29. Let no unclean speech come out of your mouth. Again, the rules do not apply to him. So, didn't recognize the thumbnail. Sam lose weight. Yep, that was after he. It's kind of messed up because I called him Malik's new watcher because he has his watcher and stuff like that, putting his change on. A while back, Malik posted a picture, and the Warner was putting a chain around Malik's neck like he owned him, like it was his dog. Like it was his property. It was his little play toy or something like that. So he posted that, but then he shared about the watcher likes to be in the room, sitting in a chair, watching while guys are running trains on girls and stuff like that. So we started calling him the watcher. But now Sam's taken over as like Malik's new big friend and stuff like that. So I called him Malik's new watcher. And then everyone started calling him Weight Watcher. At this point, it's not a rant. It's a podcast genre. Yeah. I mean, if Sam wants to go that route, he should just like start a show on Rumble where all he does is insult people's mothers all day. I'm sure he could get like a following. Thanks for explaining. And are you going to do more conferences in Boston? And Alexis DiVincenzo needs to stop talking. Lol. I agree. I don't have anything scheduled for Boston. I was only there because ETS was there last year. I think that guy is misunderstanding Matthew 18:21-22. Yeah. Hello, I am a little late on the stream. May someone please give me a summary of what was going on? No, you're gonna have to watch it. There's too much drama. We got this popcorn here. Thank you. Then we have the organizers of the conference did a live. Security was watching Malik's live the whole time. He was circling the church. Oh, okay, that's interesting. They were on the ball. Malik said something on that live which triggered security to call the police. That was that SIG.
Yeah, so we're going to get back to that shortly. I was going to say the same thing that here that security was alerted of the threat. They were listening to his live, and I was informed that that was the line that they thought he had a gun. But he was acting super suspicious, whether or not he had a gun. And it's not a crime to think someone has a gun when they don't actually have one.
Yeah, security generally tries to err on the side of security and safety, right? If they think you're a threat, or they think you might be up to something, they'd want to take a look or see what they can do to check. So yeah, nothing weird there. It would have been weird if you've got this creep who threatens to kill people at conferences and he's going back and forth in front of the church. It would have been weird not to check him out or call the cops to take a look into things and stuff like that. Fortunately for them, the dude's a total coward. So the moment one person walks out, he runs down the street like a coward. Book title, The Dileminator. Cover photo, you crushing a Quran while holding the Bible. Background, crescent moon crashing into flames. I like the way you think. You watched the debate between Cora and Life about wine vinegar fruit on the vine. She's frustratingly dumb. No, all I've seen is her debate with Jai, where it was a total massacre, and her excuse is she was young, which is fair. But for me to think that she's a force to be reckoned with, I'd have to see something more impressive. You could destroy books for charity. 8-hour time limit. Donations, X per book destroyed. Film the whole thing. We could do that. Destroy Qurans for charity. Man. Malik can't even get 30 zut to back him up. That's true. Dr. Wood, I would like your opinion on turn the other cheek versus sell your cloak and buy a sword. This is a debate that I've heard so many different opinions. Well, we don't have much time to go into that now. We've got a bunch of super chats and stuff like that. Turn the other cheek, just give you a quick, my view, that it's in the context with if a man forces you to walk 1 mile, go with him 2. Who can force you to go a mile? Well, that was the Roman soldiers, right? A Roman soldier could order you to carry his gear for 1 mile. He couldn't make you go farther, right? But that was the law. He could tell you you're going to carry this stuff for 1 mile to give him a little break and stuff like that. So it looks like it's in the context of you're under like Roman occupation or something like that. Well, a Roman could also, you're getting on his nerves, give you a little slap. The word that's used there is like an open hand slap. It's not an actual like trying to do violence to you. It was an insult. It's like an insult, like pa, right? So imagine a Roman soldier slaps you. What do you do? Do you attack him? Because that wouldn't be very wise. Or do you run and cower? Jesus' view, it's something different from like mere passive. It's like you're showing your contempt for what someone can do to you, mm-hmm. right? Like there's something that's way higher than you, and you don't actually have the power you think you do. So he slaps you to insult you, and then you go. Okay, so you're thinking that's in conflict with sell your cloak and buy a sword. Okay, if so, then you're interpreting turn the other cheek as being a complete pacifist, and that's the way it would be. One that doesn't tell you that you're supposed to be a complete pacifist. That doesn't, right? That's telling you, even if you, so one, you could interpret it as in that context, you have someone who is in power over you who insults you by slapping you on your cheek. What do? Do you retaliate with violence? Do you run in fear, or do you do something else, right? You can interpret it as just that. Or you can interpret that in general. Like I'm walking down the street, someone slaps me, and someone who doesn't have power over me, and I'm allowed to defend myself and stuff like that, but I don't. I turn the other cheek. So you can interpret it like that. I don't know how you'd get, oh, someone's murdering your family, therefore you just turn the other. It's not, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that, right? That's completely different from that. Too. Someone, because I hear this. Oh, so you're saying if someone's raping your wife, you just do nothing. Where would you get that idea from? Now, sell your cloak and buy a sword. I don't even think that's calling for violence. I mean, if you look in the passage where he's saying, they say we have 2 swords, and he says that's enough, right? In context, he's talking about the prophecy being fulfilled, that he's going to be numbered with the transgressors and stuff like that. And so is 2 swords, and they said we have 2 swords, and he says, well, that's enough. For what? For taking on the Roman Empire? I don't think so. Is it enough that he's going to be numbered with the transgressors and stuff like that, that they're going to actually have swords when these guys show up? Yeah. So anyway, those are just some thoughts, but no, I don't think Christianity or the Bible is against self-defense. So yeah, and if someone's interpreting turn the other cheek as let someone do anything they want, I just don't see that at all. So Malik got a perfect score in the MCAT. Stop hating. He'd probably say he did. I think it is disgusting that you said he has 15 viewers without checking. How will you feel when you find out that he actually has 16 viewers on his streams? Huh? Brutal, I know. But yeah, one of those was probably Thaddeus's bot recording the show. Getting hungry? I'll be back, David. But if you're in doubt, go to the people of the $5 footlong and ask them to get reassurance. Okay, I will. And what if they say you're wrong? I trust Dr. Pepper more with my health. You'll be happy to know that when I tell people at my church the truth about Islam, the first thing they hear about is usually the zut. That is good. We were talking about some merch, and we want to make like T-shirts that say "Ask me about all zut." If Malik joins Mossad will shut down ASAP, unless he's actually super smart and working for them. People telling you to move on really don't understand how these people work. They stop at "Do not answer a fool in his folly" and don't read the next verse, which is, yep, answer a fool according to his folly. Saint Thaddeus the Patient, modern day martyr. Bro,
my brain says anyway.
Bro, the thumbnail is epic. It will cause Sam to take the Shahada. Oh, he's gonna becoming more and more pro-Islam as time goes on. Malik is a doctor of men who think they are women asking where the uterus is at. Malik is stunning and brave, said nobody ever. That is true. I'm very glad that the Dawa guys are failing so hard that even Christian YouTubers from Holland are catching up. This time, Mojab versus God Logic. This is your legacy, D. Wood. Love you guys for all your sacrifices. Thank you. Yes, these are good times. These are good times. It sucked when it was like me and like a couple other people. Now it's tons of people. It was a sad, sad world when it was yep. It is awesome with tons of Christians getting involved here. You can't record ninja and seals with a camera. That's right. That was a funny Onion video where they said there was a ninja parade came through town, and they just film an empty street. That was pretty funny. I thought that was creative. Instead of Central Dawa, how about Entrail Dawa? That's a $2 joke for just $5. Lol. That's pretty good. Entrail Dawa. Keep praying Malik repents. That thumbnail is just mean. David, can you please do a reaction to the Dawa Clown video? That song and vid were made for you. Please, dude, I am not checking emails now. I will eventually get to them. We were out of town for an entire week. I got back and there were like, even before I left, there were like 10,000 things that I needed to get done. And then I was gone for a week. So I got back and all of a sudden it was 20,000 things that I needed to get done. So anyway, emails are taking the back seat for about the next 3 or 4 days because I got a nightmarish amount of stuff to do. Allah also bad with numbers. Quran 18:22. Oh, Allah is horrible with numbers, man. Security at a Christian conference in an atmosphere where there have been threats against speakers from Christian conferences. Imagine my shock. Yeah, Malik is shocked. He sees things that aren't real. Ma kicking some frogs, man. Have you ever read any of Richard Dawkins' books or heard any of his speeches? What do you think about him? His stuff on like religion and stuff like that, completely just idiotic. I'm not saying that atheists, actual like philosophers and stuff like that, they were saying they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed by how terribly bad the God delusion is. But it was written for people who don't know a lot. So it was very impressive to them. With that said, I've watched a couple of his biology lectures from when he was younger, and they were some of the most amazing lectures I'd ever seen. I watched it back then. I was like, oh, I get why this guy's popular. He was a phenomenal, phenomenal lecturer. So those are my thoughts. Basically, he's a guy who is probably an expert in his field and was a great communicator. He's older now and stuff, but back in the day, phenomenal communicator, just completely out of his depth and sounds like a complete moron when he's trying to give serious arguments. Did you check out Lil Kev from It's Always Sunny? It's totally Maleek. Hang on, let me just look that up. I'll just look up the picture real quick because I've seen a bunch of episodes of Always Sunny back in the day. I didn't see I haven't seen any in like the last 7 years, but I saw some before that. Who is Lil Kev? Oh, that dude. Oh, yeah, you're right. That dude. Yeah, I do remember that. That is Maleek right there. You are correct. I might need to get some of those clips and make fun of Maleek with that. My Quran, I'm going to complain to Muhammad. Does he think Brides of Christ is an insult? Yeah, apparently he does.
Yeah, Malik used it as it's his favorite insult. In fact, he loves to use that as an insult.
What D would be like when watching Malik videos? D would be like, what a dork that is, right? And I only have to watch the most interesting clips, which are still terrible. I think Chris's work would probably be the most important work ever done on countering Islam. My mind blown by how much Muhammad took from the Talmud. Oh yeah, now you're talking about defending a line, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and yeah, Chris is going to put out a book too. So these are good times, guys.
And incidentally, that guy earlier said you never have any educational content ever. And yesterday you had like one of the most detailed educational videos ever on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
So
and by the way, little side note, right? This is what Sam does, right? I mean, think about this. We're rolling up on mosque. We're rolling up on Dawa booths. We're going to different states, rolling up on Dawa booths, exposing them, posting the footage, challenging Muslims to come out and debate us in various places and stuff like that. What does Sam do? Dawa's crumbling. Dawa's reeling. Dawa's on the run everywhere. Then hijab gets completely humiliated and destroyed. They're copyright striking people left and right because they're freaking out. They're in panic mode. What's Sam doing? David. He tries to distract everyone because he still wants to be the center of attention. Isn't that nuts? And then when I actually respond to him, because he's, give me attention, I'm like, okay. Because I believe in periodically giving him attention. Because what do we keep hearing? When we play the clips of like Sam and stuff, when we show, there are people, I had no idea it was that bad. Right. More people need to be aware of that. So we periodically go through some of that stuff. And also, it's good to periodically tick Sam off. Because guess what? He's going to be attacking someone. Well, I'd rather it be me and Thaddeus. I'd rather it be me and AP and Thaddeus than someone's wife or something like that. You know what I mean? Because Sam gets obsessed and he will dedicate his entire life to like stalking and harassing the person. Okay, well, dedicate your life to stalking and harassing me. I'll periodically give you some attention to make fun of you, have a funny live stream. Then I'll ignore you, and then I'll ignore you for a while, and you'll obsessively stalk me. But every minute that he's coming after us, he's not coming after someone else. So that's good. Remember, Malik said he prefers the goats. Yes, he does. David, what do you think eventually happens to Sam? That depends on Sam. He could just remain in his narcissism and stubbornness forever, and he'll just die a completely lonely, miserable person, shunned by everyone, with 10 fans still cheering him on. In other words, like totally pathetic. Or he could eventually turn around or something like that. It sucks. People with borderline personality disorder, they become, now fortunately, He's really hostile towards me, and he knows this wouldn't affect me. But people with borderline personality disorder, they are known. It's one of the symptoms that they will actually end themselves to get your attention, right? That's how desperate they are for people's attention after someone has abandoned them. They will end themselves just to make that person feel bad. So I'm hoping Sam understands enough to know that wouldn't have the desired impact on me. And it's a weird situation where I hope his narcissism actually takes over, right? Like that his narcissism will prevent him from ending himself. So guys, I'm just saying that, like Sam, textbook borderline personality disorder. You can look up borderline personality disorder. One of the concerns is after they drive people away, they become like so attention starved to get those people attention by any means. Guys, when you see like stalkers, like guys like, hey, you know, I really like you and stuff like that. And the woman, no, I don't like you. And then they like stalk the woman for years and stuff like, those are people with borderline personality disorder stalking that person. Right. So anyway, but like one of the first things you'll read is they are so desperate for attention that they'll end themselves just to get the person's attention and stuff. So anyway, but yeah, I'm hoping Sam's narcissism will keep him from doing something like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, he either hits rock bottom and decides to change, in which case he would need actual like serious Christian counseling and therapy and stuff like that. He would need to basically submit to someone who helps him, like someone who has actual common sense and wisdom. It doesn't have to be anyone important. It could just be a random person from a church, because anyone's going to have more common sense than him. And he would have to like run everything by that person, like, and would have to like, if he's going to do a lot, one, he shouldn't even be live. He shouldn't be live at all. It was different when he was just making articles and stuff like that, but he should not be live. He cannot handle any disagreement or anything. So he would need to have a massive life change. The problem is I've never seen any indication from him that he is at all interested in changing or becoming better in any way. It is always the rest of the world is the problem. He's not the problem. And look at where that's led him. So anyway, you just can't tell. Doesn't look good just because he's already in his like mid 50s and stuff like that. Doesn't look good. But you know, you hope for the best. That's the way it is. So kind of sucks. All right, almost done. If you put your picture on the cover of your book, it could sell more because people would be like, oh, Mike Winger wrote a book, buy it. No, people would destroy that book like we destroy the Quran. D. Wood, you played a significant role in my journey to Christ. Grateful for your ministry. If possible, please repost the old video you made of Van Gogh and the gospel. God bless you. I thought of reposting that, but I also want to I'll probably re-record that at some point because I did like that one. Just because I didn't know anything about that, and I thought it was pretty amazing. Did you ever see that, Thaddeus?
Yeah, I definitely saw that one. I'll look for it and maybe post it on the David Wood Archives channel. Yeah. But if you're going to redo it, that'd be great too. Yeah, do both, obviously.
Yeah, guys, that was a video from way back in the day, but I was just reading about Vincent van Gogh, and I grew up hearing that he cut off his ear. And just because he was nuts, he was completely insane. He went insane. He cut off his ear and sent it to a prostitute because they know they sent it to a brothel, right? So they said he cut off an ear and sent it to must have been a prostitute that he was in love with, and so on. So anyway, they're like, this guy's just nuts. And then I was reading an article, and it's about they actually figured out who he sent the ear to, and it wasn't a prostitute. It was a cleaning lady at the brothel. And you think, why is he sending it to a cleaning lady at the brothel? And here's where it was interesting. This cleaning lady who was working at a brothel cleaning to pay off her medical debts because she'd been mauled by a rabid dog and had left her like permanently scarred and stuff from that and the treatments and stuff, left her permanently disfigured. And so she's going around, she's in the brothel and stuff like this, and this woman's permanently disfigured and stuff. And he cuts off his ear and gives it to her. That completely changed the meaning, right? If you give your ear to a woman, to a prostitute or something like that, it's like, okay, you're just nuts. Him giving it to a woman who's like disfigured, it was like, you're disfigured, don't feel bad. I'm going to be disfigured with you. And you don't do that, guys. Don't do that. But it completely changes the meaning of what he did. It was like, I'm going to be disfigured with you. And anyway, I connected that to the gospel, like God entering creation and stuff like that. So anyway, that was a cool video. It was pretty awesome. Pray, Sam repents and heals. That would be a good prayer too. All right, we ready to jump back into this, Thaddeus?
Yep. So we're going to get back to Malik here. He's now on the part where he is arrested, I believe. There might be one or two clips before that, but we're pretty close to where he is arrested. Oh, sorry, not arrested. Pulled over, right? Because he's not actually arrested.
All right.
I misspoke.
You say, hey, bro, you come over here. Because all of that is it doesn't mean nothing. After that, this is where we're at today, and this is what's gonna show who's who. Okay? After that whole little situation, they all went back inside. At this time, the live's jumping. My live's got 350 people in it. Everybody's here looking for a showdown. We're waiting for Logic and IP to come outside. Nick said they're all outside.
Little side note, if you wanted to wait for them to come outside, you should come at the end of the conference, because then they'd be coming outside.
You know, at very minimum, been in front of the building.
Yeah. Kind of hard for them to come outside when you're not even outside, because you ran the first moment you saw a Christian.
So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to wait here for like 30 minutes, right? Because I'm thinking, okay, if they're inside, they're doing their thing. It's not going to necessarily be on my timing, but I'm here, right? Next thing, what happens? Police pull up on me, 5 deep. I said, shit, I saw the police. I was driving I was driving towards the church, and they were driving away from the church, and they saw me. They busted a U-turn, right? I'm like, they're about to pull me over right now. Because I just knew the way they looked at me, it was like, you've been suspected, right? Like, it's your car. Because at this point, there's traffic going in and out. So how did they point my car? Okay. They draw on me. 2 officers draw, say, get out the car. My windows are open. I open the door handle from the outside, right? I tell them, can I undo my seatbelt, right? I walk back to the sound of their voice, left, right, up and down, all that crap, right? They're all drawn on me, right? Put me in cuffs, okay? Put me in cuffs and said, we've been called because they said you had a gun, a SIG. That's what they said. We had a call that you have a SIG. And I didn't know what that was.
Oh, then we know what the call was for then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't we don't need to speculate anymore. So, security was now that I know, I didn't know when this was happening and stuff, or even during our live stream. So security is actually listening to the live stream to see if he's threatening, and then they hear him saying, that's my 6th set or something like that. That's why I got a 6th set or something like that. And
yeah,
they
we'll
hear
get the clip again in a second. But
yes. Okay. So they heard that, and they said they thought they heard him say something about a weapon, and they called police to check.
A SIG. I'm like, what's a SIG? Apparently a SIG is like a certain type of hand, you know, you get what, right? And I'm like, I don't even know what a SIG is, right?
I thought you were a gangster. It's Club Pyro, who doesn't know?
I think he probably actually doesn't know. He probably, like I said, I'm pretty sure he was intending to say 6th cent, but
he is a very, very crap communicator. I have to peek downstairs real quick. There was a nurse was supposed to be here at 10. She's probably here, but when she doesn't show up on certain days, then my wife stays up. If my wife is waiting up, then I wanna go quickly. And if the nurse is down there, then we're in no rush. So let me check real quick. But you're gonna talk about stuff.
Okay. Yep. I'll explain what's going on here. So Malik is telling this little story. I think that the SIG part, right? He focuses on that quite a bit. I think that is definitely what the police said, that someone said that you have a SIG. He could be lying, but he probably actually just didn't know what the term meant. Now, him saying that they all pulled their guns on me, I think that is complete nonsense. even if an officer had a gun out when they pulled him over, which again, I doubt, they certainly were not still holding guns on him as they're making him do the sobriety test, walking back and forth. And you can actually hear some of the audio of what's being said between the officers and Malik on his live. It's very faint, but you can make out a lot of it. And it does not seem to be any kind of situation where a police officer would be thinking that he's some kind of threat. It seems very cordial. Malik is complying completely with the police officers. He's going to say here in a second that he gave the officers a hard time. He did not. Yeah, he did not give the officers a hard time at all. He complied 100%, which, I mean, good on him. That's what you should do. But he has to maintain this image of being a gangster, being a tough guy, but also constantly bragging about how he is a law-abiding citizen and whatnot, which is very strange. And as a result, he has to walk that line. So he's telling this little story. The police officers, they all pulled their guns and thought he was a big, scary dude. And he's actually going to make a big deal out of this in a second. He's going to say that basically this is equivalent to swatting him, that he could have lost his life as a result of this, which is just ridiculous. It's a traffic stop, right? They pull over his car and walk up to his car. This is nothing remotely like a fake hostage situation where the police potentially are going to break down the door and might accidentally shoot you. All right. That's not remotely what's going on here. And we have David coming back, which is great because I was just stalling anyway. Welcome back.
All right. Repeat everything you just said.
So the gist is the short version. Malik's telling this little story. He focuses on the SIG. I think that probably was true. Him saying that they were pulled on me, that, you know, it was a very dangerous situation. I don't think that's true at all. I think it was a routine traffic stop. From the audio of the clip, it sounded like Malik was completely doing exactly what they said, which is good. I mean, that's what you should do. But him acting like his life was in danger, the police held their guns on him the whole time, that's all posturing. And now this next clip coming up here, the red sticker, he's going to say how he knows that it wasn't someone in his chat, for example, that called the police. And he is actually correct. He actually has some correct analysis, but then he goes off on a ridiculous idea that it must therefore have been Elijah.
Are you kidding me, man? By the way, notice the common characteristics, because Candace Owens is like this as well, but something happens and they'll blame whoever they're mad at for it, right? Even if they have no clue whether that person had anything to do with it or whether it's like obvious someone else did it, right? But Candace Owens, like something bad happens, who's she mad at right there? Is it the Jews? Is it Turning Point? Is it Erica? Like, that's the person who did it, and she'll suddenly find evidence to support that. Sam's video gets taken down. It's not the YouTube bots that look for all these words. It's Thaddeus. Why? Because he's mad at Thaddeus right then. And then, of course, Malik. Who's he mad at? Elijah, watch. It must be him. It's a really weird, screwed up personality trait. But here you had, did Sam know Nabil personally? Yes. Yeah. Me and Sam and Nabil were around each other plenty of times. I have to say, Sam, behind the scenes, Sam didn't really like Nabil, and I can say it now, he was clearly jealous of Nabil and the attention he got, right? And Nabil was just like one of the best communicators, speakers you could ever have. But guess what? Sam is a really phenomenal speaker and communicator when he's not behaving completely mentally. And Sam also, like, again, has massively better scriptural recall than Nabil or any of the, you know, main Christian apologists and stuff like that. But because of his scriptural recall ability, because anytime he's listening to someone else, he's thinking, oh, you know, he misquoted that verse, or oh, he got the wrong reference there, or oh, he should have brought this up and he doesn't know, and stuff like that. Sam is thinking that he should be the one who's constantly front and center and stuff. But because of his behavior, people never want to work with him. But then he becomes enraged at people who are more popular than him. He always does. He's always been like insanely jealous of people who are more popular than him. And just like the resentment builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. So that's the situation with that. The red sticker.
And that they said, we identified you from the red little sticker that we were given in the description. So hold on. If Elijah Johnson was the only person that came outside and saw my car, then, and I was described from the car, that means Elijah had to have called the police.
Wait a minute. I thought 30 people showed up outside. You hear this, guys? He was saying there were 6 security guards, and then he said 30, and then eventually when people are pointing out, he said they're hiding. And then in this stream, it was like, oh, yeah, they were hiding inside the church. Okay, you saw them. Why wouldn't they have seen you? So how are you blaming this one guy? And again, people were watching your live stream, dummy. If police said that it's because someone heard you on your live stream saying something about a SIG, whatever, then why would you think that's just Elijah? And we know because Arthur said it. Someone put it in the chat. Arthur pointed out that security was in there watching the live stream. So we know exactly. In other words, Malik, you know, maybe you didn't know when you were live. You know for a fact now Elijah had nothing to do with that because it was security. Security watched it and they thought you said that you had a weapon. So we'll allow you to apologize to Elijah, but you can't do it, can you? Your narcissism won't allow you. You are pathetic, dude. Absolutely pathetic. You are not a man, Malik. You are not a man. A man is capable of acknowledging when he was wrong and taking steps to make things right. You are incapable of that. Therefore, you are not a man.
Elijah would have had to went back inside, told somebody my car, they would have called the police, or Elijah did it himself. And we gonna find out. We gonna find out. The 911 call is coming.
So now he's going to explain why he had the police mute his phone.
With the poll, I'm like, y'all can't search my car. They came around the car with like a metal thing where it's a metal thing that you can like swipe around the car. Because I just didn't want them to look inside because I got my backpack in there. I got money. I got other things in there. That,
you got no money in there, man.
Like I got knives in there and stuff like that. I don't want them to see all that, right? But I'm like, you know what? These guys are taking too long and they're yapping and they're asking me like, oh, do you have beef with these people? They said it's for a debate. Or you're like, you have a prior with this and that. And I'm like, I got invited. Like, I literally go back and forth with these people. These are people invited me out to the pier. They literally invited me here, right? And I showed them the flyer. I showed them this. They're like, yeah, this is weird. They're like, can we search the car so we can let you go quicker? I'm like, okay, look, you can search the car, but I want you to mute up the phone. That's when they brought the phone out. I'm like, mute up the phone before you search it, because I knew they were going to ask me about the money inside the car, because the money.
Was it the money, Malik? Or were they like, hey, what's all this gay porn doing in here? What's all this here? Or was it that kind of thing? Come on. Be honest, Malik. What is this paraphernalia here? Well, it's got a picture of who is this? The Warner? What's going on in here? What are all these pictures doing here? What are you into? Come on, Malik. Be honest, man.
Like, I had like $15,000 in the car.
Come on, man.
So if Malik actually had $15,000 in the car, I'm pretty sure the police would have detained him. If he had knives in the car, I'm sure the police would have detained him. But he's posturing, right? I had all this money, blah, blah, blah. I bet you that I'm pretty sure the police probably actually didn't search the car, to be honest. None of that. He gave this long story about, how he was telling him, going back and forth, showing him the pictures when his phone's in the car. I don't know how he's showing him the pictures, but you can hear the audio. It's fake. You can't hear everything that's said, but there's not enough time, right? There's not even enough time between when he's pulled over and when they turn off the volume on the phone for all these things to have taken place. They gave him a sobriety test. They probably put him in handcuffs, since there does seem to be audio of that. And then they wanted to take his info, and he asked him to mute the phone so that his info wouldn't be given out. I think that's what really happened. And then they released him shortly after. It's possible they looked in the windows or something, but they didn't like thoroughly search the car, as near as I can tell, based on the timeline.
Why would they say you have a sig if you don't? Did you say on a live or something? They said you said it on a live that I had a sig on me.
So here's what he said in the live. We saw this earlier, but here's that clip again. So just listen carefully to what he says.
Watch. And then guys, when we do that, then guys, don't ever say I didn't pull up. Don't say I didn't pull up.
You didn't
because
pull up.
They called security right now. Watch.
Yeah, that's not.
I just seen it. This is why, Issa, I have that 6th sense. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
I have the 6th sense. Look, they're right there.
It sounds like sig cent. Yeah, it sounds like sig cent. So yeah, in other words, it doesn't sound like he's saying sixth. It sounds like sig.
No, there's no TH
I think that's what
there,
he's saying.
no
I think
SD.
that's what he's saying, and you're right. It's incoherent. It doesn't make any sense in the sentence, right? That's why I have that sig sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's
So
not like you say that's why I had that sixth sense. It'd be like, oh, I had this spider sense that something was happening or something like that. It has nothing to do with this. What he's saying. So anyway, point is, you can understand why they.
And he says right before that, they called security. That's why I got the. So you can see how that would logically make sense that he's saying that's why I brought a gun to protect myself because I knew they had security. It doesn't actually make any sense to say that's why I got the ability to see things is because they have security, right? It's incoherent. Even though I'm pretty confident that is actually what he means, that isn't. It literally doesn't make any sense. And I only know that because I hear the way he talks. He never finishes his words, right? He always says things that are logically incoherent. So I'm sure that he's trying to say, I have this special ability, the sixth sense, to detect security. But what he actually says is, yeah, I saw it called security. That's why I got my sig cent or whatever, right? The YouTube script transcript actually reads it as 6 cent, like 5 pennies, 6 pennies is the way it reads it. So, which obviously would make literally no sense at all either. And so you can see how someone would mishear this. They already thought he was a threat, and so they call in. I heard him say that he has a sig on him, which is actually street speak for having weapons.
Yes, Nico's gay photo shoots. That's what he didn't want people to hear about.
And so here I did just put it into Google, and the AI summary says a sig set is a handgun
Sights. Yeah.
sight that is designed for a particular type of pistol, which is relevant because he actually does claim to have a pistol.
He claims to have a pistol where? Home?
He claims that at the pier he has a pistol, which we're going to see in the next clip.
Oh, well, that's relevant, isn't it?
Yep.
Hey Henny, pee in the back or back pocket or no?
Nah. Hell no. Not at a church.
No, not church. I'm talking about the pier.
Oh. Yeah, I would. At the pier, yeah, for sure.
So you would interpret P as pistol, right?
Yeah. So Henny understands it. I mean, I personally would have no idea, but people who actually know this stuff have told me that saying a P in the back means you have a pistol in the back pocket.
Yeah, because you want to say that on TikTok and stuff like that. So you come up with initial string. Yeah. Yeah, guys. So
and Henny, his friend there, understands it, right? Because he says at a church.
And he says, yeah, not in a church. And he goes, no, not at a church, at a pier. And he's like, oh, yeah. Which would mean that he has a pistol with him in the car if he's asking if he should have it in his back pocket. In other words, security had ample reason to think this guy was strapped. And he's going back and forth in front of a church. And he's threatened to kill people at a previous conference. So, yeah, good luck.
And
I
now
hear
in this
I'm
clip,
going
we're
to
gonna
sue. I'm
see-
going to sue them for calling.
Right.
Dude, no lawyer's going to take that. Not even the one who's about to be. Not even what's his name? Ramsey Abushi, who's
Mm-hmm.
gonna lose his license.
And now we have one more clip relevant to this. His chat believes he has a weapon on him.
Hey, come to the park and let's do it at a neutral location because you guys are scary inside. Y'all got all these, and this is why I put the camera on homie because I already peeped what he was doing. You get what I'm saying? Guys, always use your head. Know what these guys is doing. And I saw the homie on the phone calling the police. It's okay, man. It's okay.
Malik, there's no way you're running now. They're laughing at him. Some of them.
It's okay, dude.
Take one for the team and pull the strap. That's what he's about to respond to. That comment in particular is the one he saw and he's about to respond to.
Guys, do not mention anything about anything. Do not mention, bro, I do not.
No, when they say pull the strap, that's assuming that he is strapped, right? Why? Because he asked if he should have that in his pocket at the pier.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if they had shown all that to police would have definitely searched the crap out of his car.
Mm-hmm.
Have
But they didn't know all this necessarily.
That's what I mean. Mm-hmm.
Anything on me. I am alone by myself with nothing on me. Do not mention that in the chat.
So you saw about 4 people in the chat there thought that he at least potentially had a weapon, and that one person definitely did. Told him to use it. Take one for the team, right? Get yourself arrested, but take one for the Dawa and pull your weapon out. And then he responds to that and says, "No, stop saying that. I really don't."
They're like, I'm sorry this happened. They're like, we're sorry this happened to you. Somebody lied to us and said that you had a cig in the car and that you were going to bust up on the church and pow the church. So I'm like, okay. They're like, you could file a report back. They're like, these guys are greasy. I said, can I go back to the church? They're like, we don't recommend it because then they can call again. So I'm like, okay, I don't go back. Then I hop in the car and you guys know the rest. They try to lock it. So it was a setup from the start.
It was a setup.
It was a setup from the start. What an absolute dork.
And of course, the police said no such thing. They did not say you can file a report against them for calling the cops to investigate whether you had a weapon or not. They did not say these guys are greasy, right?
Yeah, and if they were to say, yeah, we have no idea why these guys called the cops, and then they play the clips that Thaddeus just showed, where he says at the pier that he has a pistol on his person or in his car, but he's got it with him. And then with them hearing the sig set and then people saying, yeah, go ahead and pull it, go ahead and pull it, go ahead and pull it, you can see why they would come to a certain conclusion. And police would agree that security was completely correct for calling the police. You have a apostate prophet saying, yo, what's up, chat? What's up, guys? Yo, chat. Yo, chat. And people tell him to jump in. He says, I can't join, lol. It's 5 a.m. in London. Making excuses like Malik. Like Malik. Oh, but I'm worried about gas money. It's 5 a.m. I'm worried about gas money. It's 5 a.m. And then we have, love you too. Not in the zoot sense.
Oh no, he said
Hey,
pull
look at
the
this.
leather straps.
Look, he said 5 a.m.'s Shamoun because 5 a.m. looks like Sam. That's pretty funny, man.
And he said pull the leather strap.
Yeah. So Malik wasn't strapped. He was leather strapped, everyone. He was leather strapped. All right, let's continue here.
Elijah's, in fact, the one that called the police. We're going to have a whole different problem with Elijah. Because watch this. To say I had a cig in the car and that you heard it from my live is a blatant false police report. Whoever made the police report, once we get the 911 call and the phone number and the call logs and the records, whoever did it, you are going to get in trouble. I promise you. So we want to see the first one to send to jail is whoever called that police.
Malik, no one is being sent to jail for any of this except you giant idiot. When police hear what you've actually said in this TikTok live and how even your own fans interpreted it, they're not blaming anyone for calling the cops, bud. You live in fantasy land. What's Malik thinking?
So whoever that person was that called the police, because obviously it's inside the church, they identified the car. So I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Elijah went back inside, right? And he told somebody to call the police because he felt like, oh, Malik might do something to the church. So just say he got this, this, and that. They obviously got instruction from IP, like, yo, just tell them that he was doing this, this, and that, right?
You heard that? So Elijah walked in and he did this, and they obviously got instruction from IP who said to do this, and then God Logic swooped in and said, you will do this because I'm the boss. And meanwhile, they're in there at a conference. What a dork.
Get him locked up. Let me tell you something. I pulled up to Elijah around 8:29, 8:31. The police got called at 8:37. 6 minutes later. 6 minutes later. So if I pulled up
When you're talking about the SIG set?
and actually spoke, the police would have already been called. So it was a setup from, it was due if you, like, they had already set it up to just try call the cops. There was no logic. There was
He's actually right. He's actually right because that's why I got the 6 set or whatever was before he did the U-turn. So before he talked to Elijah. So yes, the police had already been called at that point, but had nothing to do with Elijah because they had already been called because they were listening to your live stream and heard what you said on your live stream before you talked to anyone. Genius.
Mm-hmm.
IP, there was none of that. These guys didn't want to debate. It was a set from the start. I pulled up to him around 8:29 to 8:31. Just put it 8:25 just to give him like space. At 8:37, the police report came in. Incident number 3917. And it was for an assault with a deadly weapon. That's what got called in. An assault with a deadly weapon. So any which way they strike it, it's a setup. And I'm going to get them for that.
You're not getting
if Logic and IP think that they're off the hook, I haven't heard a peep out of Dodge Logic.
They are totally off the hook.
Or Dashing Philosophy since
Everyone is off the hook except you, buddy.
that time. I haven't heard a peep out of them.
Because they're really busy and they're going around doing important stuff.
And they don't give a crap about you, Billy.
Yeah.
Only David and I pay any attention.
Yeah, just so you know, Malik, we kind of spread the word. Everyone, you don't have to pay attention to Malik. We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. That's the word behind the scenes. You guys go do your important stuff. Same with Sam. Let everyone else go do their important stuff, and me and Thaddeus will deal with this stuff. Me, Thaddeus, AP will deal with all the people who really, really need attention. Because if we give them some of the attention, they're obsessed with us, then, you know, other people can move about freely.
And notice that, so IP has joined a couple of these. He has made a couple comments throughout. To the best of my knowledge, God Logic has not said one word the entire time. But, you know, he's scared now. He's quiet now because he called the cops. Amazing logic from this clown.
Yeah, and my goodness, God Logic is going all over the place, crushing Dawa. And Malik, well, he's not talking about me. He's not talking about me. He is so freaking obsessed. At the end of, you know, he responds to me. He responds to me a lot, and he can't not. And even when he says, "No, I'm gonna ignore David now. I'm gonna go after God Logic. I'm gonna focus on God Logic now." I'm like, "No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't." And I make him pay attention to me again. But at the end of the day, he is more obsessed with God Logic, like borderline obsessed in love with God Logic. And so, I'm the one taking one for the team here, guys, so that, you know, because, yeah, God Logic's got enough distractions. Let God Logic continue cooking, man.
They haven't said one word on the situation.
They don't care.
All they did was let David and Thaddeus try and make up a story about it. Malik was running. He was scared. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to debate.
Scared.
Yeah.
You were obviously scared.
Mm-hmm.
Your bluff got called. Now Logic's quiet, acting like, oh, I'm focused on Muhammad hijab. Oh, my wife and this and that. IP's, oh, let me jump on Muhammad hijab. Playing it dumb. They don't know what happened. Everybody acting like they don't know what happened. Okay, cool.
No, they just they understand that that's going to be dealt with the authorities, with the church, with yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, God Logic was in there giving a presentation. What does he have to do with what happened outside? They told you, hey, we're going to be out the pier and we're going to have to leave because we've got a conference at 5. You didn't show up. Okay, after that, it's done. They're not involved, dude. They're involved as far as your intention because you're trying to like bother them and annoy them and get their attention and stuff like that. But dude, they had a conference, man.
Once the 911 call comes in, we gonna know.
I guess I should correct myself because God Logic technically said something. He said one thing, which is you didn't pull up at the pier, right? And I'm pretty sure that IP probably was the one who wanted to do that video. Avery probably didn't even give a crap about Malik not being there. Yep. But, you know, he's obsessed. He was obsessed. He was talking about him every single day until he called the cops. And now he's just quiet. He's not saying anything.
Yeah. Malik, you still, what's that called? Like main character syndrome or something like that, where you think you're like the main guy in everything and you interpret everything from that. And like other people don't think you're that important. Malik, you're not the main guy. You're not the pawn of the main guy. You're like 7 levels below the main guy, clinging to the hair on the lowest guy's back. You are a skid mark on the underpants of Dawa. That's all you are. But I can find uses even for the lowest of the low. You are helping me expose Dawa. Other than that, we don't care about you, dude.
Exactly who did what, okay? And we're going to know from there exactly the transcript. We're going to go live with everything, all the paperwork, okay? Because remember, it takes a couple days. Like, we put it in Sunday. It'll probably take, what's today, Tuesday? It'll probably come in closer to Thursday, maybe. It can take up to 5 days, I think they said, right? I got my lawyer doing everything. My lawyer
is it Ramsey?
Already on it.
Which is very interesting because he just claimed that he said he's having his lawyer do a public information request, which is perfectly fine. But he's implying that his lawyer is cooperating on all his efforts, right? All his little crime schemes, his lawyer's participating in, which if true, his real lawyer is about to be disbarred as well.
We're going to open a proper live and we're going to play the 911 call. We're going to identify who did it. And then we're going to take action against not only the person, but whoever was affiliated with the person and the church. So nice try.
Yeah. So yeah, you're going to take action against the church. One, there's no legal action. None of that. You talked about having a pistol at the pier. Now, unless you want to say you threw that thing into the ocean, even then it wouldn't matter if you threw it into the ocean because people listening to that would have assumed you still had it. Unless you say, oh, I just threw my pistol in the ocean. Well, that even wouldn't have helped because you're a compulsive liar. So anyway, you claimed to have a pistol on you at the pier. And from the pier, you drove to the church. And then you're driving back and forth. And then people hear you and think you're talking about SigSat and stuff like that. And again, even your own fans in the chat assumed you had a pistol based on what you said. So there's no legal recourse against the church or security. Police would have been outraged. If police know this, they will be outraged if the church didn't call police on you, right? Of course you have to go. This guy's claiming to have a pistol and this guy's threatened to kill people at conferences and he's showing up to a conference. Of course you call police, you idiot. So what he really means is we'll find the person's name and we'll dox him or something like that. Okay, well, you're just adding another charge to yourself, you giant moron.
But you filed a false police report saying I had a SIG in the car. You called a SIG. I dare you to find on my live once I said I had a SIG.
We got it.
By the way, false police report, according to Malik, now he may well have given him this real info, but according to Malik, after he got back in his car and he was bragging on his live, he said, and I gave them an old address so they couldn't find me, which is literally a crime. To knowingly give police false information when you're pulled over is a crime. So utter genius here, right? He may have given him the real info, but he's posturing that he gave them the fake info, at least.
If I ran, why was the police called 6 minutes later?
Well, they had to find you because you ran down the street.
Why was the police called 6 minutes later?
Because you bolted down the street and people thought you had, and security thought you had a gun because you're running your mouth about it. And you're still talking. You're still on TikTok. You're down the street. So they know you're down the street and they think you said you had a gun. And you did say you had a gun earlier. So they called
police. And they
police.
actually called before he talked to Elijah, not 6 minutes after. They actually called before he talked to Elijah.
If I'm running, and Elijah knows I ain't like this is the funniest thing. If
Elijah knows you didn't run. We have your video proving you ran. You see Elijah, you bolt down the street, and then you start, hey, can you walk half a mile and go around the corner and then talk to me then? Yeah, I won't run from you then like I just did right there.
Being like nonchalant about it because he knows I dare you to come out, Elijah, and say I ran from you. Say it with your own two mouths. Properly.
I'll say it. You ran from him like a pathetic little coward. Like a pathetic
Wait, can
little
you
coward.
rewind?
What's that?
Can you rewind? Because I think he said, say it with your own two mouths.
Let's see.
Going around being like nonchalant about it because he knows I dare you to come out, Elijah, and say I ran from you. Say it with your own two mouths. Properly.
He's got two mouths?
I didn't catch that when I was making the clips.
Now, wait a minute. Does that mean he has like two different heads and we're just not seeing one? Or does he have like an extra face on the back of his head, under his hair or something like that? Where is this other mouth, man? And why? I'm assuming he doesn't actually have two mouths, that he's not some sort of mutant, but that would mean that Malik is like fantasizing about Elijah having two mouths and stuff like that. Dude, man, get your Warner fantasies out of our churches and stuff, man.
I'll have your address in 10 minutes, Elijah. 10 minutes, I'll have your address. In 10 minutes, I'll have your address. And we can link up. If that's what you want it on. You're trying to be a main character, bro. You're a doink.
I'll have your
Malik
address.
calling someone else a doink? I'm going to dox you. I'm going to dox you. I'm the doxer. I'm doxer Malik. I'm the biggest loser anyone's ever heard of. And all you do is sit around looking up pictures of people's kids online. But you're a doink.
That was pretty interesting there, though. Other than the doink thing, where there was literally this spring sound effect in the middle, which could make a doink sound. But nonetheless, he said, I can have your info in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I can have your address. I can have your address. You're thinking to dox him, right? Because that's what he always does. But then he says, and I'll be at your house to have a conversation or whatever he adds after that. But he just threatened to show up at his house. Like, if I find out you're definitely the one who filed the police report, I'll get your address and I'll be at your house. Very interesting stuff.
Yep.
Watch this. Okay? Watch this. I am going to be at the Santa Monica Pier this Friday from 2 p.m. or maybe a bit later, around 2. Remember, Arabs, they don't count on time. So around 2 p.m. to maybe 6, 7 p.m. I am going to be on the Santa Monica Pier. I am going to have Cora with me, and I'm going to have Uthman's crew with me, and Uthman possibly, and I'm going to have a couple
if you're inviting anyone, Uthman's not going to show up, dude.
other people with me this Friday. Okay? Cora's going to be debating whoever's on the pier, right? I'm going to be kind of in the background unless I'm needed. Like, if obviously...
There's no scenario where anyone would need you for anything, dude. It's not like there's going to be an emergency situation. Cora's going to be like, oh no, Malik, we need to dox someone right this second. Come over here and dox him. And Malik like, haha, I'm here, Cora. You see, I've been grooming you for all these years just for this situation. I will protect you and dox this person.
But this is him calling people out. He says, okay, here's the deal, right? I didn't show up when you were in town, but now that you're not in town, I'm going to issue a challenge for this Friday. I'm pretty sure the live stream was either Tuesday or Wednesday. So 2 or 3 days from now, for you to fly back into town, come to the pier, and then I won't debate you. You can debate Cora.
You can, so let me see if I understand this, Malik. They come to your area. And they're out on the pier because they're going to be out there for a conference. In other words, they are traveling from home to the state of California for a conference. They realize, hey, the conference isn't until evening, so they announce we're going to be out at this pier. So anyone who wants to show up and debate, we're going to be at this pier. You don't show up. And then you wait until after they leave to show up. And then you know they've gone to the church. And then you go to the church, but you just like drive out in front of it. And then they leave and they go home. And then you say, all right, now I'm going to be at the pier. But, I'll just be kind of in the background, hovering in the background, like the watcher. I'll just be watching. And Cora will be there. Like IP and God Logic are going to go, oh, no. Wait, Cora's going to be there? Oh, yeah. Let's take a flight out there to head to the pier so we can face Cora, who got completely dusted and annihilated by Jai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in the other clip, he does claim Warner will be there as well.
Oh, the Warner too. Hey, so if anyone needs a take one for the team, we know who it is. The Warner. He'll take one for the team. The Diddy team.
Needed. I'm in the mix, but this is Cora's time to shine. I'm there really for her, to support her, right? There'll be, some sisters there, some brothers. She'll be debating whoever wants to be on the pier.
Hey, quick question, Malik. Why didn't you show up with all these people when God Logic and IP said they were going to be at the pier? Yeah, we can raise an army after everyone leaves. Mm-hmm. You knew when the conference was. They said the day before they're going to be at the pier. None of you show up. Then they go home. All right, now we're showing up. Do you not realize what pathetic cowards you look like? You look like really, really pathetic cowards. I mean, imagine Malik comes to my area and says, David, I'm going to be over here. And I don't show up. And then after he leaves, then I'm like, yeah. And he goes back to California. I'm like, yeah, where's Malik? Now well, here I am. What?
No, not here I am. Here someone else is.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's still not even putting himself
I brought someone else.
forward.
I brought Thaddeus. Yeah, Thaddeus is here. Yeah. What? Come on. Yeah. What an absolute loser, man. Total loser.
Okay. Word is that Logic's going to be there. Okay. Because let me tell you why.
Did you just say word is Logic's going to be there? Hang on. Let's see.
Because Saturday, God Logic's wife, Christina, will be debating Cora on Dr. Daft TV show. It's a YouTube TV show called Dr. Daft.
Oh, that's the one where she and three others smoked those that Muslim team that one time.
Yeah, and I didn't clip it, but Malik actually says that. He says, and this time they're not going to just smoke the Muslims like they did last time.
I have to say, to be fair, now Malik comes across as like the biggest idiot of all time. Cora, even though she got dusted completely by Jai, she got dusted because she was facing Jai. If she'd been going against like an average Christian apologist who is talking about Islam or something like that, she probably would have won because she kept bringing up things. Oh, but that's not like I saw her, like Jai is saying something about Hafs, and she goes, "Oh no, that's a different Hafs," and stuff like that. Well, guess what? Your average Christian, even who deals with Islam, is not going to know how to respond to that, right? Because you have to go like the Arabic and look up the name. And like Jai's like, no, it's the same Hafs and stuff. What you're talking about is his nickname because of his son and this and that. And the point is, an average Christian is not going to be that quick with that. Jai was basically like teaching her as she went along. But she would do. I think she'd do well in a lot of contexts. But if she's talking to someone knowledgeable and someone knowledgeable about the topic, she's not going to do well.
Yeah, I'll be fair as well. I do believe that Cora is actually a rising star. No, thanks to Malik, of course, right? It has nothing whatsoever to do with Malik.
If she actually is capable of being a Muslim debater and stuff like this, if anything, Malik would be holding her back. If Malik is contributing anything, then he would be holding her back, definitely not helping her.
Now, she does have the unfortunate disadvantage of being a female, and most Muslims who are interested in Dawa won't want anything to do with that. So I don't know how far she'll get, but she does seem to be, at least for now, a rising star. And I assume that show was recorded today, and it will be put on YouTube at some point. But his logic is, I know that at least Christina, but probably Avery as well, will be in town on Saturday. Therefore, they will definitely show up at the pier on Friday, because I said I want them to.
But I'm just saying this. Whoever made that fake 911 call, trust me.
Not a fake 911 call.
Once we get the transcript and everything, you will be dealt with.
No, they won't.
You will be dealt with.
Most you'll do is dox someone, because that's all you do at the
You
end of the
basically
day.
swap.
Oh, and we'll post pictures of your babies. Yeah, oh yeah, and we'll all look at them and we'll have them on our phone. We'll have pictures of your babies on our phone. That's all you do at the end of the day, dude. Mm-hmm. And it's not where people are going, oh wow, this guy's really hardcore. It's like they think of you as a bigger loser than they already think of you as.
Me.
Yeah, rewind a couple seconds, because you stopped in mid-sentence in a very important sentence.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
911 call, trust me. Once we get the transcript and everything, you will be dealt with. You will be dealt with. You basically swatted me.
I forgot I said it twice.
That's not what swatting is, you idiot.
You basically swatted me.
Guys, if you don't know what swatting is, that's where like if you were to swat Thaddeus or something like that, then I would call police and I would claim to be Thaddeus in Thaddeus's house, and I would say, oh, here I am, I'm about to kill my entire family in here in this house. Unless you stop me, I'm about to slaughter my entire family, and you'll never stop me. And then so police go on the move, and you're sitting here talking on the phone, and you're going, and if I see any of you, I'm going to open fire. I'm just going to kill everybody. And blah, you do that. And so they like storm, like ready to fire at anything. That's swatting, as you're actually trying to get someone killed. Saying, hey, this guy claims to have a pistol, and then he talks about a sig set and stuff like that. And then so, hey, could you guys go check that out? That's not swatting, you frickin' clown.
Lied on me.
Yeah, but notice the gangster is so scared of being pulled over in a routine traffic stop that he equates it to having his life threatened, because the police might accidentally shoot him because they think it's an extremely dangerous situation.
Yeah, the guy who constantly tries to get people killed by doxing and trying to get someone to go and actually defend Islam and so on. The guy who showed up at a church said there are guys in there who rip the Quran, and here's the address. That guy thinks it's morally wrong to put his life in danger.
Because you were scared to debate. And that's what happens, bro, when we pull up to churches. And just for that really may put something in my heart now. Whenever these guys are in LA, bro, I'm going to be outside the church waiting for them every single time. Anywhere they go, I'm outside the church on public property waiting for them to come outside. I'm going to go live every single time and keep bringing all these boys. Because next time I'll have a new tactic.
Ooh, I'm scared. But
what would the new tactic be? Because the old tactic was drive in front of the church, wait till you see one person, then run. So what? You're actually going to talk to somebody? That would be a new tactic, because it definitely wasn't your old tactic. Keep in mind, you could have used this tactic. You just said your new tactic is you're going to be waiting outside. You could have done that now, but you chose to run instead.
And not only that, he could have done that today, right? He said, next time they're in LA, this is definitely what I'm going to do. Well, he already admitted that he knows that Avery is at a particular studio where they're filming something. He could have waited outside that building on public property with a sign, debate me, Avery, or whatever. Did he do that? Did he go live? He said, I'm going to go live and do that. I don't think he did. I don't think he was sitting outside that building all day holding a sign saying, debate me, please. Strange.
Of course I want them. I don't mind if they keep calling the cops. Keep making false police reports. That's going to be a nice case. I love it when they make false police reports. Listen, one thing about me is keep making false police reports on me, and you're going to see.
No, we don't need to make false police reports on you, man. We make real police reports on you because you commit crimes like it's a sport, dude.
It's going to keep backfiring against you guys.
You know, like false police reports, like having an anonymous woman claim that you raped her many years ago, and then say that she's submitting it to the police. And I've put in the information request, and I'm going to see that on. We're going to see that on the live next week. And this was 3 months ago. You mean something like that, Malik? That kind of false police report? Just checking.
I'm going to make an example of whoever this person was. Right? It's fine. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Ain't nobody, you're not going to have nothing on me.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
Who called the cops? We'll see. If the church called the cops and said I had a SIG, that's the church, that's that Baptist ministry on the line. You're going to have to be collecting donations for the next year. I actually hope it's the church.
He's an idiot.
I hope it's the actual establishment themselves. That's even going to be better. That's going to be better. These guys are poor. Let the church take the fall, because the church is going to be in on it anyway. That lawsuit, that's going to be a quick lawsuit for me.
Good to know. Good to know, Malik, because what I think is most interesting is when what you're trying to do to others is done to you. And so, Thaddeus, just so you know, sounds like Malik believes that if you're endangering someone's life or saying false things about people, that the way to go is a lawsuit. You heard it here. That's what he believes. Now, why am I saying this? Because if a lawsuit were to come his way, what will he be? Oh my goodness, what cowards! They're doing a lawsuit. Oh my goodness, Chat. Isn't this proof that they're cowards, Chat? Huh, Chat?
He was correct about one thing, though. If he does file that lawsuit, it will be a very quick lawsuit, because it will be dismissed by summary judgment before it goes to court.
Yeah, it would never make it to court.
It's so ridiculously stupid. Summary judgment is technically finding for the plaintiff, but against him. Right? It would be dismissed with prejudice that it was a ridiculous, frivolous lawsuit, because you cannot sue someone for calling the cops when you're acting like a freak outside their building. And that's not a crime. But he seems to think it is. But notice what he did. It was the same pattern the whole time. I'm going to get them. I'm going to destroy them. I'll bury them. And then at the end, we have a lawsuit. We're not stupid, Malik. People are going to understand that as a threat, a physical threat. And then you tacking on with a lawsuit at the end isn't going to change that.
All right, check out these last super chats. D Wood, watch the Aussie movie Chopper. Great movie with Eric Bana in it, and there is a scene about the ear part as well. True story. Oh, not an Eric Bana fan, and the only Australian movies I like are Crocodile Dundee and anything in the Mad Max category. Chopper sounds like I don't know. We'll see. I only watch a couple movies a year, so I don't know. You know what I would actually do? I would actually just read the Wikipedia entry on it. That's what I do. I'm like, why am I going to go watch a movie when I could read the whole movie in like 3 minutes? That's my normal attitude.
That's hilarious.
Nerd Empire. Hey, Mike Winger. So he's scared of the Brides of Christ, church congregation, security, police, pants being pulled up, people walking alone, and car parks. So scared, I know. Let's read that again. So, just to recap, Malik, the gangsta Club Pyru, is scared of the Brides of Christ, church congregations, security, police, pants being pulled up, people walking alone, and car parks. That is as scared as someone can be. He is the cosmic chicken, man. The cops performed a felony stop on Maleek, as heard on Arthur's stream, meaning guns were pulled on him, but as soon as the cuffs go on, guns are holstered. It was a report of a threat with a weapon, as you would conclude from his live stream where he claimed to be strapped. Wait, Malik doesn't want his personal info to be set online? Does he recognize no one wants that? Oh, yeah, poor little guy. Poor little guy. To be fair, if a Muslim says pull the strap, could be about the leather ones for the anus. That's true. That's true. And that could be his defense in court. When I say I'm strapped, I'm talking about my leather strap for the anus. Elijah was holding his gun in his pockets. Elijah was holding his gun in his pockets with holes. Malik was threatened, but strangely, it is the same gun that Malik wants, like his prophet. Uh-oh.
No.
Hello, sorry for the late response, but thank you for giving your piece. I'm on the side that you are allowed to defend yourself as a Christian, but I feel like I'm alone with that opinion. Oh, you're not. You're not.
Most Christians have that opinion.
Yep. Oh, and you should protect your loved ones and others around you. You should definitely protect your loved ones and those around you. David, the blocker of stalkers. That's what I do by making them stalk me. Quranderwear, Quran undies, coming soon. Good. That's what the world needs. I'd be shocked if Malik knew the number for 911. He'd be like, I don't see an 11 on the phone. Where's the 11? I see the 9, but not the 11. AP, Quran kini to keep the ladies safe. Yeah, we need Quran underwear and Quran kinis. No comment there, but thank you. We got Malik. Bro, please take a Claritin and use some Afrin. All that chronic congestion affecting your clarity of thought. Plus, you sound like a mega dweeb. Lol. Yeah, it sucks. I don't think there's any medication for sounding like a mega dweeb. D Wood and Reasoned Answers are too cowardly to do a 6-hour live stream. Oh yeah, we'll show you. We'll just keep going all night long like the men of Al Zut. And Jack Ray here. Malik versus Malik. What is this?
Version 1.0.
Okay. Malik, version 1.0, fake rapper. Version 1.1, failed Dawagandist. Version 1.2, doxer. Version 1.3, stalker. Not a good trajectory. Yeah. It's like, how much more of a loser can I be? And every time you think it is impossible to be more of a loser, Malik's like, hey, chat, hold my camel pee. And this is, guys, I just have to say, it's just fun going through Malik's antics. I have to say it is. We keep doing it. We keep doing it. Yeah, we keep doing it because it is a good picture of Dawa. He is actually obsessed with endangering people's lives and so on. So we have a good collections of reasons. But at the end of the day, it is just fun watching him and making fun of the absolute hands down biggest loser in the history of humanity. If there were a loser museum, they would have a statue of Malik, and it would be there like the Venus de Milo in the Louvre. You know what I mean? Be right there, big old statue of Malik in his little stupid Kangol hat. Oh, what an epic loser! All right, so Thaddeus, how are we going to do this? Because we're going to head out, but you also have your video, man. You have your video.
Yeah, so I put a link to that in the chat now. I can do that a couple more times. You can set it up. If you want, you can go in and says official redirect, but I just find the links fine. This video is my reaction to the clips of Sam. We did see those clips again earlier, but you didn't see my live reaction from the first time that David plays. It wasn't actually the first time I'd seen them. That was my reaction to seeing them like the second or third time. But Sam, you know, he's a very disgusting individual. He makes the Dawa guy's mouth look clean sometimes. But worse than that is that he is doing this in the name of Christ, claiming to be a representative of Christ. And unfortunately, a lot of people, either because they don't really pay attention to him themselves or because they're part of his cult, they'll just send random Christians to Sam who have questions. And Sam will get the question, and he'll go off on them, telling them that their mother's a whore, or that the Shia that they are the product of Shia prostitutes, or that they're a bastard, or whatever, because he's upset that they dared to ask him a question that he finds insulting, because it's, you know, beneath him to answer the question or whatever. And as a result, I have testimonies of literally hundreds of Christians who have been abused by Sam for asking a question. And that's the people that are still Christians. But I obviously am not going to get testimony from people who, you know, they were doubting the truth of Christianity, and they come and Sam says, "You're a spiritual bastard. Of course God hates you.
Yeah,
you should leave the church and go to hell."
Your mother.
And if you're struggling, I am sure that he has led people away from the church as a result of his behavior. And so you're going to get my reaction to that. Sam, a little bit of Sam's, I would say greatest hits, except it's only from like a week time span. A little bit of Sam's average rants and my thoughts on what that does to the church will be premiering right after we end here.
Let me see something real quick. All right, so guys, I'm going to share it right now. You can click on that. Is that live now, Thaddeus?
Yeah, well, right now it's set to premiere at 1 a.m. I'm going to, in 30 minutes, I'll change it 5 minutes from now or so that it will be right when we end.
Change it right now, man.
I'm doing it. I'm literally doing it. All right. Set that. Just need to hit save. Done. Save. All right. It should be changed. It should premiere in like 3 minutes.
Okay, guys, it's premiering in 3 minutes. See you over there. But I also, because I did this once before, I redirected something, but someone sent me like specific instructions. It's not in here.
It's so if you go,
is it in the regular like video stuff?
Yeah, so on the live, if you go to like the customization section, it's under customization.
Oh, okay. All right, customization.
And you scroll to the bottom.
Redirect. Hang on, redirect.
Redirect, add. Yep.
It says no matching results. I guess because it's not live.
It could be because I don't know why, but it actually started. So there you go. That could be why it didn't work.
What started?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, it just started. The premiere just started. So
okay.
It might. It says video is private. Hold on. Let me see what happens.
Amateur hour, man.
It was playing for me, so I assumed that meant it was playing for everyone. It was probably playing for me because I accidentally set it to private.
Oh, yeah, I clicked on it. It says video unavailable. This video is private. How about you make it not private, Thaddeus?
So what happened when I changed the premiere time, it changed to premiere at that time, but it's private instead of... Anyway, I just messed up is the gist of it.
Well, how about you fix it?
I'm fixing it. 12:35, 4 minutes from now.
Video unavailable.
I hit save. It should be available now. I can't check because it's always available to me.
Okay, it's available. All right. Now let me see if this redirect works.
It should work now.
I don't see where this is supposed to be doing anything.
It didn't save properly.
Huh?
Sorry, this is seriously amateur hour. It didn't save properly. I'm doing it again. I apparently didn't hit the save as set as premiere button when I did it the second time. I did the first time. Third time's a charm. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It might have just, I think it actually just said it as public. Whatever. We'll just do the manual. I'm sorry. I screwed it up every time.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything when I enter it. It's not saying I can't do this. It's just not doing anything. Like there's nothing to click on. All I can do is click out. It has an X, but it doesn't have anything else, and it doesn't pop up. Anyway, all right. We'll do it manually, guys. The old-fashioned way. Manually. Like the men of Al-Zut did things manually. All right, enter it one more time. Like the last man of Al-Zut. And there you go. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and close out now, so everyone can go check out that video. Short, looks like a little over 5 minutes, but be sure to watch, like, and share that. And we'll catch y'all tomorrow, guys. I think I'm going to go live and going to go through Muhammad Hijab talking about God Logic's wife. He said some messed up things. Catch y'all tomorrow.
Indeed, he did.
Oh, wait. Had one last super chat there. Forgot to say, Inshallah, amateur hour. I got it. That's why.
Ah,
that's why
that
you
was the
failed.
problem.
That's why you
Dang
failed. All right. Thanks all for watching. We'll catch you next time.